Vampires are our greatest desires and worst fears come to life. They exist in the gray area between humanity and monstrosity. Both the ultimate power fantasy and most never-ending nightmare. Uninhibited, existing through raw sexuality and power, vampires are among the most popular and immortal of all the monsters. Our journey traces the vampire's ancient roots in folklore and myth, and its immortality through literature. We will witness the vampire first take root in our fears and our collective psyche, and will be brought face to face with these monsters among us. Vampires skirt the line between living and dead more than any other denizen of the supernatural. They live at night, possess uncanny animal magnetism, and can even shapeshift. Long canine fangs, used to puncture a victim's skin, drink the blood of the innocent. This modern image of a vampire stems from mythologies the world over. For the ancient Greeks, it is the Lamii, a race of vampire-like women. After Libyan queen Lamia sires children with Zeus, the god of thunder, his jealous wife Hera curses Lamia and destroys the illegitimate offspring. Mentally broken, Lamia retreats to a cave, cursed to forever suck the blood of children. The act transforms her from a woman to a creature with serpent-like body and mismatched feet. She gives rise to the Lamii, vampires, with the ability to shapeshift into beautiful women to first seduce unsuspecting men. Philostratus, in his Life of Apollonius, recalls the story of a young student about to marry a rich woman. Apollonius discovers the truth behind this mysterious bride to her unsuspecting suitor.
This fine bride is one of the vampires, that is to say, of those beings whom the many regard to as Lamii or hobgoblins. These beings fall in love, and they are devoted to the delights of Aphrodite, but especially to the flesh of human beings, and they decoy with such delights those whom they mean to devour in their feasts.
Upon being found out, the woman pretends to weep and admits to being a vampire. Where the Lamii are a mockery of humanity, they were not considered the living dead. That stems from the Greek vrikolakos, revenants of the dead who return to either start new lives or to menace the living. Vrikolakos can be destroyed by an all-consuming fire. Perhaps the most like today's vampire, and a source of terror for expectant parents, are the Kalakantsaros. Children born between Christmas and the New Year are cursed to become vampires upon their deaths. First, during the cursed week, and for the rest of their lives, their nails will extend into talons to viciously eviscerate anyone in their way. Despite blood ties, suspected Kalakantsaros can live their entire lives with others fearing them. But upon death and the transformation into a Kalakantsaros, they live in the underworld for all but those fateful days at a year's end. Malaysian folklore features perhaps the most terrifying of all vampires, the Penangal.
Possibly the freakiest vampire in all of mythology comes from Malaysia. The Penangal actually attacks pregnant women and newborn babies. What's so incredibly unique and scary about the Penangal is that it actually detaches its head from its body. The head itself flies through the air, its entrails, such as the lungs and the heart, following, and attacks either pregnant women or newborn infants. It spits venom. It's very fierce. The only way to defeat a Penangal is actually to pour broken glass down the neck cavity of its body during nighttime while the head's separated from it, so that when the head does go to rejoin the body, it can't because of all of the broken glass. And since it's sunrise, it'll completely dissipate.
Over in China, there is the Jiangxi. Jiangxi are also known as hopping vampires, unable to walk from the rigor mortis in their dead joints. Instead, they hop from place to place, arms held out at length, hoping to catch their prey in a grotesque parody of life. Like contemporary vampires, the Jiangxi only walk at night. If one is allowed to exist long enough, it transforms into a long, white-haired creature with the ability to fly. At this point, they are practically unstoppable. But certain things, a bullet, fire, or thunder, can bring an end to their undead existence. Qing Dynasty writer Pu Songling, born in 1640, pens a tale of a Jiangxi, the resuscitated corpse. An old man and his son live in a roadside inn miles from the city. Dusk approaches as 4 strangers arrive for lodging, only to find all of the beds occupied. If they aren't too particular, the old man tells them, they can stay in the women's quarters. There is, however, one tenant already sleeping there. The old man's newly dead daughter-in-law, her body in repose until her coffin can be bought. The exhausted travelers throw themselves on the beds and are soon snoring loudly, with the exception of one. He hears a creaking of the trestles on which the dead body is laid out. The dead girl arises, the shroud falling from her body as she stands. When she reaches the beds, she blows on the other 3 travelers. The 4th, in a great fight, stealthily draws up the bedclothes over his face and holds his breath. She breathes on his cover, but as he has no breath to steal, she turns back to her resting place. The man scrambles to get dressed, and then he hears a creak and scrambles back under the sheet. She's again coming for him and breathes on his sheet while he once more holds his breath. After she goes back into repose, the man grabs his pants, pulls the door bolt, and runs for his life. He shrieks at the top of his lungs as the woman follows close behind him. Still, no one hears him, so he runs toward the city and stops at a monastery. A monk, thinking the man is a lunatic, refuses to let him in, not knowing the fate he has left him to. The man, with the dead girl catching up, hides behind a tree and dodges her hands. She finally makes a mad rush at the tree, and the man jumps back. The next morning, the monk steps out of the monastery and finds the man lying on the ground, senseless. The body of a dead girl is stuck to the tree. Her fingers are dug into the trunk, the bark past her fingernails. Over in England, in the 12th century, the monk William of Newburgh chronicles both history and myth in his epic 5-volume Historia Rerum Anglicarum. Amongst these are early chronicles of sanguisuga, the Latin term for bloodsucker. William reports of a vampire at Melrose Abbey, the undead specter of a chaplain interested in pursuits of the flesh in both life and death.
Whereupon he wandered beyond the walls, and hovered chiefly with loud groans and horrible murmurs round the bedchamber of his former mistress. She, after this had frequently occurred, became exceedingly terrified, revealed her fears of danger to one of the friars who visited her on the business of the monastery, demanding with tears that prayer more earnest than usual should be poured out to the Lord in her behalf, as for one in agony. With whose anxiety the friar fought, she appeared deserving of the best endeavors on the part of the holy convent of that place by her frequent donations to it, piously and justly sympathized, and promised a speedy remedy through the mercy of the Most High Provider of all.
The friar is accompanied by 3 brothers, and they await the return of the priest. Midnight passes. After they have stood vigil for several hours, 3 of the party decide to go inside for warmth, leaving the original friar alone.
He withstood the onset of the fiend, who came rushing upon him with terrible noise, and he struck the axe which he wielded in his hand deep into its body. On receiving this wound, the monster groaned aloud, and turning its back, fled with a rapidity not at all inferior to that which he had advanced, while the man urged his foe from behind, and compelled him to seek his own tomb again, which opened of its own accord, and receiving its guest from the advance of the pursuer, immediately appeared to close with the same facility.
The 4 men, upon dawn, dig up the priest's body. In the corpse, still gushing blood, is the axe wound. Taking the body away from sacred ground, they burn the vampire priest and scatter his ashes to the winds. The vampire myth hews closest to what we know today in the 16th century Slavic regions of Eastern Europe. In 1526, Turkey conquers Hungary in battle, breaking Hungary between the Turks, Austrian Habsburgs, and the independent state of Transylvania. These countries are neighbored with Slavic ones who develop their own vampire mythology, much of which stems in the Balkans from the 9th century disagreements between paganism and Christianity. As Christianity dominates the region, superstitions and pagan beliefs survive, primarily in the belief in vampirism. The first instance of the word upir, soon to become vampire, appears in 1047 in a Russian document that calls a prince a wicked vampire, or upir lishi. Other terms synonymous with vampire erupt around this time. The Serbo-Croatian uparina, the Ukrainian upirbi, and the Bulgarian vampyre. These vampires are initially created through a curse placed on those excommunicated by the church, a violent death or suicide, an improper burial, or even the death of an infant before it can be baptized into the church. When a vampire scourge is suspected, villagers exhume the body of the recently dead, usually one who had died within 40 days, as in the period between the death and return of Christ, and investigate it for signs of vampirism. Are the joints pliable? Are there traces of blood around the mouth? What of a bloating or long fingernails? When found, drastic measures are taken to keep the vampire from rising again. A wooden or metal stake is forcibly driven through the heart, head, or stomach. The head is cut off and placed between the feet for reburial. Forever purifying fire consumes the body of the unfortunate soul, leaving nothing more than a pile of ash. The Slavic regions produce one of history's first alleged real-life vampires, Elizabeth Bathory, also known as the Blood Countess. Born in 1560, Elizabeth is raised in Exed, Transylvania, when the Ottoman Empire clashes with Austrian armies and Protestantism emerges to challenge Roman Catholicism. After she secretly gives birth to a child conceived with a peasant, Bathory marries Count Ferenc Nadasdy. He is a soldier who leaves her alone and in charge of their home, Castle Sarvar. Bathory is cruel to her servants and the nearby peasantry. One girl, caught stealing fruit, is tied naked to a tree and smeared with honey. Others get strips of oil paper lit between their toes, and she even sticks pins underneath the fingernails of others. The most unlucky are thrown, naked and wet, into the cold winter night to freeze to death. The equally cruel Count Nadasdy dies in 1604, leaving Bathory to devise new methods of abuse on her own. Living between Vienna and two homes in Slovakia, Bathory starts experimenting with sorcery in the hope of retaining her beauty that threatens to fade with old age.
After Elizabeth Bathory's husband, Count Nadasdy, died in 1604, she started dabbling in sorcery. She was interested in the rejuvenative qualities of virgin blood, interestingly enough. And Elizabeth started collecting virgins and torturing them, bleeding them, and then allegedly bathing in their blood. Allegedly, Bathory's favorite torture was to throw peasant girls in spiked cages. As she shut the doors, the spikes would pierce the girls' bodies, forcing them to bleed out. Bathory would be right beneath the raised cage, the blood dripping down right on her, showering her. Her hope and belief was, of course, that it would rejuvenate her fleeting youth. We don't know if it's true or not, but it does make for a great story.
It all catches up to her by 1610, when, spurred on by word of her atrocities and hoping to confiscate her land, an official inquiry is begun.
Word had gotten out of Elizabeth Bathory's atrocities, and officials who actually happened to be anxious to seize her land started an investigation. Several girls were found held captive within her castle. They found bodies of about 50 who had been killed over the years, with records of 600 more. What's most fascinating about this, like I'd mentioned earlier, is that officials just wanted to take her land. So they took stock in these wild rumors that were flying about the Blood Countess to have an excuse to take her castle.
Further investigation uncovers 50 bodies and documentation of more than 600 victims from over the years.
Elizabeth's cohorts are all found guilty. The one who got off the easiest was merely beheaded. Two of the others had their fingers pulled off by hot pincers and were then burned alive. As for Elizabeth Bathory, she was walled in inside a room of her castle. There was a slit to allow food in, and very little sunlight came in. She lasted 4 years and died in 1614. It's a pathetic, pathetic end to a fierce woman.
One of the most well-known cases of real-life vampires occurs around the same time in Serbia and is documented by historian Montague Summers in the 1920s. An historian of occultism and the supernatural, Summers pens The Vampire, His Kith and Kin in 1928. It is the first serious study of the vampire. It is 1727. Serbian farmer Arnold Paole has fought more than other men during the war. In Greece, Paole is attacked by a vampire. He quickly tracks it down and kills it. To prevent his own vampirism, he eats dirt from its grave and smothers himself in its blood. Shortly after, Paole returns home to Serbia. He falls off a hay wagon and breaks his neck. He dies soon after, but his story does not stop there. A month later, reports of Paole returning to attack people and livestock surface. Some claim he visits at night, with locked doors and barred windows, proving no obstacle for him. Then, 4 people who are visited by Paole die. 40 days after his death, and under orders by the Austrian Emperor, field medic Johannes Flukinger leads an exhumation of the grave, where they find Paole's body, fresh in appearance and soaked in blood. It is described as such by vampire historian Montague Summers.
It was soon apparent that there lay before them the thing they dreaded, the vampire. He looked indeed as if he had not been dead a day. Accordingly, they scattered garlic over the remains and drove a stake through the body, which, it is said, gave a piercing shriek as the warm blood spouted out in a great crimson jet.
Almost 200 years after Bathory's bloody spree, over in France, lives the Viccount Demorier. Able to maintain his title and properties throughout the tumultuous French Revolution, Demorier begins his own reign of terror when he kills his own employees. With his own life ended at the hand of an assassin, the townsfolk think they've seen the last of the villain. But they are wrong. Fatally so. Not long after his burial, small children start dying. On their necks are the marks of vampires' fangs. After 72 years and more dead children, Demorier's grandson decides to either put the rumors to rest or bring an end to the curse. Accompanied by the authorities, they dig up the Viscount's body. What they see is beyond any explanation. At least, any natural explanation. One tense weekend, a poet's challenge will lead to the creation of the first literary vampire, one patterned after the immortal poet himself. By 1816, English poet Lord Byron is outcast from allegations of incest with his half-sister Augusta. The eccentric Byron sleeps in so as to avoid too much exposure from the sun. He is known as the most dangerous man in Europe to many women. His odd, nocturnal activities will, unbeknownst to him, forever impact the vampire in literature. Leaving the country until the scandal subsides, Byron hires 21-year-old John Polidori as his physician. Despite finishing medical school by age 19, the brilliant Polidori holds literary aspirations and admires the older Byron. They leave London at 10 a.m. on the morning of April 2nd, 1816, in a custom-made coach replicated from Napoleon's own extravagant one. It is not long before Polidori wears on the poet, as Byron told his publisher, John Murray, in a letter.
I was never much more disgusted with any human production than with the eternal nonsense and tracasseries and emptiness and ill humor and vanity of that young person.
Nevertheless, Polidori accompanies Byron to the Villa Diodati on Lake Geneva. Amongst those who join them are the poet Percy Bysshe Shelley, his fiancée Mary Wollstonecraft, and her half-sister, who happens to be Byron's pregnant former mistress. Polidori becomes the butt of Byron's jokes. Realizing the young doctor's infatuation with Mary, Byron urges him to jump down from a small height to run down a hill and help Mary up to the villa. Polidori lands awkwardly and seriously injures his ankle. Byron openly laughs at the injured and embarrassed Polidori, who later gets his revenge by hitting the poet on the knee with an oar while boating. One fateful night later, Byron, in his deep and dramatic voice, reads through a book of German ghost stories, embracing the ambiance of a colossal thunderstorm. It is in the midst of this uncharacteristic and freakish weather that Byron issues a challenge for everyone to concoct their own terrifying story. They begin telling their tales on the night of June 17th. For Byron, it is a story of two men who travel in Greece, where one dies and later reappears in England and has an affair with the other's sister. On June 19th, Polidori weaves his tale, a story about a woman with a skull for a head, who is punished for peeping through a keyhole. Mary Shelley, as she will become known after marriage, says this in her diary.
Poor Polidori had some terrible idea about a skull-headed lady who was so punished for peeping through a keyhole. What to see, I forget.
Mary Shelley's idea, spoken aloud as had the others, becomes the main idea for her future novel, The Modern Prometheus, better known as Frankenstein. Byron becomes fed up with Polidori and sends him back to England on September 16th. Amidst the friction created by Polidori is a challenge to duel, as well as a vow to shoot Shelley. Byron's estimation is generous at worst.
His faults are the faults of a pardonable vanity in youth. His remaining with me was out of the question. I have enough to do to manage my own scrapes. And as precepts without example are not the most gracious homilies, I thought it better to give him his conjure. But I know no great harm of him, and some good. He is clever and accomplished, knows his profession by all accounts well, and is honorable in his dealings, and not at all malevolent.
After burning through the severance pay given to him by Byron, Polidori returns to England and writes a story of his own. One fleshed out from his notes of Byron's resort tale. Polidori sells his short story, The Vampire, for £30 in 1819. The preface, likely written by an editor, recounts the night in Lake Geneva and, ironically, credits the vampire to Lord Byron. Polidori is not amused.
Your Genevan correspondent has led you into a mistake with regard to the tale of The Vampire, which is not Lord Byron's, but was written entirely by me at the request of a lady, who, upon my mentioning that his lordship had said that it was his intention of writing a ghost story, depending for interest upon the circumstances of two friends leaving England, and one dying in Greece, the other finding him alive upon his return and making love to his sister, saying that she thought it impossible to work up such materials, desired I would write it for her, which I did in 2 idle mornings by her side. These circumstances above mentioned, and the one of the dying man having obtained an oath that the survivor should not in any way disclose his disease, are the only parts of the tale belonging to his lordship.
The two men from Byron's spoken tale become the protagonist, Aubrey, and the mysterious Lord Ruthven, the enigmatic and aristocratic vampire who brims with sexuality and magnetism.
His peculiarities caused him to be invited to every house. All wished to see him, and those who had been accustomed to violent excitement and now felt the weight of ennui were pleased at having something in their presence capable of engaging their attention. In spite of the deadly hue of his face, which never gained a warmer tint, either from the blush of modesty or from the strong emotion of passion, though its form and outline were beautiful, many of the female hunters after notoriety attempted to win his attentions and gain at least some marks of what they might term affection.
As the story progresses, Ruthven and Aubrey part ways, leaving Aubrey to study the ancient ruins of Greece. There, he falls in love with a peasant girl who becomes the first victim of the vampire. The Vampire not only sets the stage for the literary vampire, an aristocratic immortal who toys with man for his own amusement and nourishment, and is a human transformed rather than merely possessed, but also inspires a vampire craze across Europe. French author Charles Nodier pens a play adaptation, La Vampyre, which debuts in 1820 and inspires further vampire plays, casting the villain as a romantic anti-hero rife with melodrama. Polidori, however, sees none of this, as his publisher registers the copyright before he can. He is able to get them to settle for a payment of £30 or $50. Given the views on sexuality, vampirism, with the biting of the neck, injects a normally taboo degree of sex, veiled as horror. In August 1821, having accrued overwhelming debt from gambling, John Polidori takes his own life with an overdose of prussic acid. It will not be the last the world has heard of John Polidori, nor his spirit. The vampire is introduced to Russia through Alexei Konstantinovich Tolstoy, with the 1841 publication of his novella Upir, or The Vampire. The vampire follows a young couple at a ball in Moscow, where it is revealed that the woman's family line has been cursed to become vampires. Tolstoy followed Upir with the family of the Vourdelak. In it, a French diplomat stays at the home of a Serbian peasant, Gorka, and his family. When Gorka returns home after slaying a vampire, he acts strangely. Gorka has become a Vourdelak, a vampire that preys on its family, and ultimately turns everyone from his children to his grandchildren to vampirism. James Malcolm Rymer, in 1847, expands on Polidori's vampire with Varney the Vampire, a serialized novel published in the British penny dreadful magazines of the time. Often sold for a mere cent and printed on cheap stock, the sensationalistic penny dreadfuls cater to the subliterate. Varney's success leads to a total of about 900 pages, all of which are later reprinted in novel format. Author James Malcolm Rymer was a Scottish writer who, prior to creating Varney, had worked as editor of the Queen's magazine. Shortly after penning an article looking down on popular fiction, such as the Dreadfuls, Queen's fails, and he earns the editorship of Lloyd's penny weekly miscellany. Varney, the Vampire, builds off the Ruthven Vampire. Varney is also aristocratic and healed by the moonlight. However, where Ruthven is beautiful, Varney is quite grotesque.
The figure turns wrong. The light falls upon the face. It is perfectly white, perfectly bloodless. The eyes look like polished tin. The lips are drawn back. And the principal feature next to those dreadful eyes is the teeth. The fearful-looking teeth, projecting like those of some wild animal, hideously glaring white and fang-like. It approaches the bed with a strange, gliding movement. It clashes together the long nails that literally appear to hang from the fingers' ends.
Varney, the Vampire, due to its prolonged publishing history, as well as the chance that writers other than Rymer had contributed, is rife with purple prose and inconsistency.
It on yourself.
Henry, have you ever heard of a strange and dreadful superstition which in some countries is extremely rife, by which it is supposed that there are beings who never die, said Marchdale, and must keep up such fearful existence upon human gore? Never die. Never, in a word, Henry. Have you ever heard of... I dread to pronounce the word. Speak it. It's a vampire. Good God. Even so, one who has to renew his dreadful existence by human blood. One who lives on forever. A vampire. Oh, good God. I could echo that groan. said Marchdale, but that I am so thoroughly bewildered, I know not what to think.
What Reimer does manage to do, perhaps in an effort to keep Varney interesting, is develop Varney from being an absolute monster to a somewhat sympathetic monster. Varney the vampire flings himself to his own death in the mouth of Mount Vesuvius. Irish author Joseph Thomas Sheridan Le Fanu brings sexuality to the vampire and something more with the publication of his 1872 vampire story, Carmilla. Aside from skirting lesbianism between the protagonist and the titular female vampire, Carmilla is the first truly Gothic vampire story, taking place in a desolated castle and neighboring Gothic ruins. A young girl, Laura, and her father take in a young lady, Carmilla, as a house guest after she's injured in a stagecoach accident. The two quickly fall in love as Laura slowly finds her health declining amidst strange dreams of her new friend. Also present, much like in Varney, is the portrait of Carmilla, painted over a century ago when she was truly alive.
And so you were thinking of the night I came here? She almost whispered. Are you glad I came?
Delighted, dear Carmilla, I answered. And you asked for the picture you think like me to hang in your room? She murmured with a sigh as she drew her arm closer about my waist and let her pretty head sink upon my shoulder. How romantic you are, Carmilla, I said. Whenever you tell me your story, it will be made up chiefly of some one great romance. She kissed me silently. I'm sure, Carmilla, you have been in love, that there is at this moment an affair of the heart going on. I have been in love with no one. I never shall, she whispered, unless it should be with you.
The sexual tension in Carmilla runs parallel to the psychological, as Laura continues to experience nightmares of her new friend.
One night, instead of the voice I was accustomed to hear in the dark, I heard one, sweet and tender, and at the same time terrible, which said, Your mother warns you to beware of the assassin. At the same time, a light unexpectedly sprang up, and I saw Carmilla standing near the foot of my bed in her white nightdress, bathed from her chin to her feet in one great stain of blood.
The vampire genre is really, it's amazing me how it has taken off. And of course it's recently been eclipsed by the zombie genre, but it's still really popular. And it's gone from vampires as being creatures that would, suck the lifeblood out of you, and evil, to being romantic figures, and being pretty and not monstrous. It's kind of hard for me to wrap my head around that, and I've seen it happen slowly over the years. But they're still popular. They're still just as popular as they were. But they've just changed the focus of why they're popular, I guess. But Dracula, the original Dracula, was always a film that Lugosi said it in many interviews that, it's the film you take a date to, because the girl will get scared and want to hug you and get close to you. And it seems to be that the vampire genre is more popular with women these days. And I guess Lugosi was right in a way back then. It's, more so, it seems there's a lot more female fans for the vampire genre than there are male fans. Of course, that, Anne Rice and all that, coming up with Lestat and those things, but turning them into romantic figures, I guess had a lot to do with that.
When Anne Rice wrote Interview with the Vampire, she very much took the Gothic vampire, a la Dracula, and she ingeniously merged it with the mythology of ancient Egypt, the Osiris myth of the undead. she gave the vampire more of an underpinning and a foundation. She made them feel more legendary because of that. But beyond her origins of the vampiric race, what Anne Rice did was marry the erotic. She had been an erotic writer beforehand. Anne Rampling was her pen name. She married the erotic in ways that Bram Stoker never could do in the stilted Victorian times with Dracula. So we have these vampires they really are the first sexy vampires, but because they were vampires, they couldn't have sex, ergo they had no real gender. So she created this very ambivalent, bisexual vampire. It's almost as if she took what David Bowie was doing with his performances in the 1970s and brought it into the vampire mythos, combined with a bit of the old-fashioned romance novel.
Right now I'm writing Vampirella for Dynamite Comics, who now own the copyright to and intellectual property rights to the character of Vampirella, who was originally created by Forrest J. Ackerman for Jim Warren's Warren Publications back in 1969. And the character is basically a female vampire, originally from outer space, but now not so much so, and who comes to Earth and becomes involved in fighting monsters and other vampires, and more or less for the good of mankind. And the original version was, the costume was designed by underground comics artist Trina Robbins, and the original character design of Vampirella was by famous artist Frank Frazetta, who did several of the original covers for the initial run of Vampirella back in 69-70. 2014 marks the 45th anniversary of Vampirella as her creation, and Dynamite's doing several things to celebrate that. And this year I started as the writer for the series. I'm the first woman in the 45-year history of the character to write Vampirella. We were doing, she kind of started off as a horror host almost, like the old Vampyre, or as people nowadays might be more familiar with, Elvira. And she would introduce, it was a black and white magazine with kind of an anthology series. There'd be a couple of stories involving Vampirella, but mostly she would introduce the most awful puns imaginable. The other stories in the collection, and she ran the Vampirella series ran, I think, from 69 to 83, 84 maybe. I'm not that sure about when it ended, but it ran for a good long time. It was always black and white, and after Warren Publications went into bankruptcy, Vampirella was up for grabs, so to speak, and she ended up first with Harris Comics, who turned her into a comic book character in the more traditional 4-color monthly comic pamphlet form. And when they went out of business, Dynamic Forces / Dynamite Comics stepped in and bought the character, and that's how I'm now ended up writing for them. Like I said, she was created by Forrest J. Ackerman, who was best known for most people for creating Famous Monsters of Filmland comics, which is also published by Warren Publications.
In 1854, the vampire craze does not escape America. particularly New England. In Jewett City, Connecticut, the Ray family suffers several deaths from 1845 to 1854. While it is likely tuberculosis, the family take it upon themselves to dig up the corpses of two of their brothers and burn them to end the supposed vampiric curse that had been haunting them. The Jewett City vampires are indicative of the vampire paranoia that sweeps New England, where vampirism becomes an easy explanation for diseases such as smallpox and tuberculosis. Most widespread of the American vampires is Mercy Lena Brown, whose case is indicative of modern science and medicine's impotence against mass hysteria and superstition. Tuberculosis visits the Brown family of Exeter, Rhode Island, in the late 1800s. First victim is Mrs. Mary Brown and her daughter Olive, leaving George Brown, his 4 daughters, and son Edwin. It takes 4 years for Edwin to first show signs of illness. While he seeks treatment elsewhere, his 19-year-old daughter Mercy dies. George Brown, skeptical of his neighbor's claim that it was vampirism, is left with no choice but to exhume the bodies of his wife, daughter, and granddaughter. If the corpses hold blood in the organs and the bodies are not decomposed, he must give in to their fear of vampirism. Where Olive and Mary's bodies are decomposed, Mercy's is considered less decomposed than it should be by the onlookers. The medical examiner on hand, Dr. Harold Metcalf, notes it is a normal amount for one dead a mere 9 weeks. When Metcalf is instructed to remove Mercy's heart and liver, and when blood drips from them, the townspeople are certain that she is a vampire. Ashes from the burning of the organs is mixed with medicine, and that Edwin drinks. The hope is to prevent the curse of the vampire from claiming him. He still dies shortly after. The Mercy Brown case has been inflated over the years. Visitors still claim, from time to time, to see a ball of light hovering over the grave, accompanied by the tiny voice of a girl.
Please, help me. Let me out.
Another example of mass hysteria? Perhaps, though it may likely be the one part of Mercy Brown lingering. Her soul, forced to haunt her grave from the defiling of her corpse. News of the Mercy Brown vampire case reaches beyond American shores, all the way to England. There, a theater manager, with a penchant for writing short stories, pores over the articles with interest. His name is Bram Stoker, and what he is about to write will redefine the vampire for the rest of its immortal life. Longtime figure of myth and folklore, by the late 1800s, the vampire becomes a denizen of literature through works such as The Vampire, Carmilla, and The Vorderlock. This nocturnal figure even takes to the stage, embodying the secret lusts of 1800s England. Now, the greatest of them all is about to be born into immortal life through a book that will elevate the romantic, eerie, and terrifying figure of the vampire. We will meet the alleged real-life counterpart of none other than Count Dracula and see the influence he has let loose on today's world. Because of him, vampires hold their place as one of the grandest monsters among us. It is 1431 in the Transylvanian town Hunyadi grants the Wallachian throne to Vladislav II, another member of Vlad's line, instead of Vlad III. An unlikely and unholy alliance is formed between Hunyadi and the angry Vlad III. 9 days after Hunyadi's death by plague, on August the 20th, 1456, Vlad III kills Vladislav II in one-on-one combat. The throne of Wallachia is now his. God help anyone in his way. From his capital home in Targoviste, Vlad III takes his first act of revenge against the greedy boyars he blames for the deaths of his father and brother. Inviting the boyars and their families to a feast at his home, Vlad arrests them afterwards and impales the older ones, leaving their bodies on display around his castle. A long pole made of wood or metal is inserted through a victim, either through its center or in through the rectum or the vagina and out around the mouth. If the pole is unsharpened and no internal organs are directly injured, victims can live for days in agony, such as the boyars, twitching until their inevitable deaths. Vlad sends the younger on a march to the Arges River to join the laborers building his outpost, Porneri Castle, known today as Castle Dracula. Vlad's legend quickly grows. He forces people to dig their own graves, boils them alive, sets them aflame, and destroys churches. His new nickname, Vlad Tepes, or Vlad the Impaler, reinforces his monstrous reputation. He is rumored to dine amongst Poles, bearing his victims, sputtering in agony as he uses their blood as a dressing for his bread. One chilling account is given by Vlad himself in 1462.
I've killed peasants, men and women, old and young, who lived in Oblicitia and Novosolio, where the Danube flows into the sea. We killed 23,884 Turks, without counting those whom we burned in the homes of the Turks whose heads were cut by our soldiers.
That year, Vlad is defeated by an army of Turks led by his own brother, Radu. Pursued to Castle Dracula, legend has it that his wife jumps to her death to the river below, while he himself escapes through a secret tunnel. The Hungarians arrest Vlad and imprison him until 1475, when he is freed to take the Wallachian throne back. Vlad Tepes is assassinated in 1476. One story goes that he is beheaded and his head is impaled upon a stake in Constantinople. The total of Vlad the Impaler's victims ranges from 40,000 to possibly 80,000 people. But death is merely the beginning of Vlad's story, as his cruelty will become immortalized through the literary magic of a London theater manager and author. It is London in the late 1800s. An Irish theater manager and writer, Bram Stoker, is about to change the world. Between touring and managing the Lyceum Theatre in London, Stoker holds a copy of his first novel in his hand, The Snake's Pass, in 1890. The Snake's Pass will fade into obscurity, overshadowed by the work Stoker begins taking notes for that year. One night, everything changes as Stoker is awakened from his sleep by a vision. It is a ghastly, eerie vision of a vampire emerging from a tomb. While vacationing in Whitby, Yorkshire, that summer, he comes across a name in a library book, a name that will lead to his own immortality. His character, originally named Count Vampyre in the book's early notes, gains a moniker culled from real life, one that struck terror in countless hearts of the past, and will do so today: Dracula. Published in 1897, Dracula is told through a collection of first-person accounts from the main protagonists to sundry news clippings. It combines these elements into a narrative that forces the reader to fill in the blanks, while working through a series of potentially unreliable narrators. Because of this, it makes the world of Dracula and the horror within it seem that much more precarious and terrifying. Dracula opens with solicitor Jonathan Harker's traveling to Transylvania to meet with his enigmatic client, Count Dracula. Solicitor Jonathan Harker is thrown into an old world of superstition and the occult on his way to meet the malevolent Count Dracula in his Transylvanian castle. Harker is promptly held prisoner by the cold and calculating Count and left at the hands of Dracula's 3 vampire brides as the fiend travels to his new home in England. Stoker allows the vampire to live during the daylight, albeit powerless, and gives him the ability to mesmerize his victims, control wolves and rats, and transform into a bat or a wolf himself. His limitations include an inability to cross running water, a lack of a reflection in mirrors, and the need to be invited in before entering a place. It is in the introduction of Dutch doctor Abraham van Helsing, who lives with one foot in the old world and the other in the modern and scientific world, where the truth about Dracula's vampiric nature is revealed. He has turned Lucy, the friend of Harker's fiancée Mina, into a vampire. The once innocent woman has become Dracula's new bride as she drinks the blood of children at night. The reader experiences this terror firsthand when Lucy's fiancé, Arthur, and his friends Quincy and Dr. Seward confront her with Van Helsing.
Lucy Westenra, but yet how changed. The sweetness was turned to adamantine, heartless cruelty, and the purity to voluptuous wantonness. Van Helsing stepped out, and obedient to his gesture, we all advanced too. The four of us ranged in a line before the door of the tomb. Van Helsing raised his lantern and drew the slide. By the concentrated light that fell on Lucy's face, we could see that the lips were crimson with fresh blood, and that the stream had trickled over her chin and stained the purity of her lawn death robe. We shuddered with horror. I could see by the tremulous light that even Van Helsing, when Lucy, I call the thing that was before us Lucy because it bore her shape, saw us, she drew back with an angry snarl, such as a cat gives us. Lucy's eyes in form and color, but Lucy's eyes unclean and full of hellfire, instead of the pure, gentle orbs we knew. At that moment, the remnant of him with outstretched arms and a wanton smile, he fell back and hid his face in his hands. She still advanced, however, and with a languorous, voluptuous grace said, "Come to me, Arthur," recoiled from it, and with a suddenly distorted face, full of rage, dashed past him as if to enter the tomb. When within a foot or two of the door, however, she stopped, as if arrested by some irresistible force.
In Stoker's world, it takes more than a bite to transform someone into a vampire, but rather an exchange of blood drinking, an act that is shockingly sexual for that repressed period. If the vampire and Carmilla skirted sexuality, Dracula oozes it. Dracula is not an immediate success. The initial print runs a mere 3,000 copies, but it does sell enough to warrant a second printing months later, and is published in America in 1899.
Probably the most famous work of fiction, actually definitely the most famous work of fiction in regards to vampires, is the story of Dracula by Bram Stoker. And it was not as popular in its day as it later came to be in the 20th century.
It does not inspire an overnight vampire sensation.
It is wanting in the constructive art as well as the higher literary sense.
The recollection of this weird and ghostly tale will doubtless haunt us for some time to come.
If you have the bad taste after reading this warning to attempt the book, you will read on to the finish as I did, and go to bed as I did, feeling furtively of your throat.
In 1898, Stoker's life takes a turn for the worse when the Lyceum catches fire. The theater closes shortly after in 1902, and Stoker is left solely dependent on his writing. He has a stroke in 1906, and a second one 3 years later, as well as bouts with Bright's disease and gout. By the time of Bram Stoker's death in 1912, he is receiving only an average of £80 a month in royalties for Dracula. 8 years later, the film for further remains yields the remnants of a staggering 500 pieces of once human bodies. Together, they come from at least 22 victims aged 15 to 20. The murderer, Fritz Haarmann, is a petty thief who has been committed to psychiatric care on more than one occasion. A closeted homosexual, he often picks up young boys or hired male prostitutes. Haarmann has already been imprisoned in 1919 and charged with having illegal sex. While he is doing jail time for another sex act, the police make a grisly discovery in the apartment that Haarmann shares with his young lover Hans Grans, located in the haunted area of Hanover. They find the remains of more than 20 victims. Haarmann, posing as a detective, would lure young boys from the train station. Once home in his apartment, he forcibly rapes them and bites through their throats, drinking their blood. Haarmann, upon being found out, even claims to have sold his victims' flesh to the customers of his butcher business. In the end, it is believed that Fritz Haarmann, the so-called Vampire of Hanover, killed more than 50 victims. He is beheaded on April 15th, 1925, while his lover, Hans Grans, is imprisoned for life. Haarmann's brain is sent to Göttingen University for study. Whatever the findings upon investigation, it can never be as shocking and disturbing as the thoughts and horrific impulses of the madman. Also in Germany, longtime criminal Peter Curtin begins the murder spree that will earn him the nickname the Dusseldorf Vampire, and also serve as the basis of Fritz Lang's terrifying 1931 film, M. Curtin is no stranger to crime by the time he reaches adulthood. 2 boys when he was 9. One he pushed in the water to drown, as well as the boy who jumped in to save him. He attempted to rape and murder a woman when he was 17. And he slits the throat of a 10-year-old girl in 1913, shortly after his release from prison. Curtin's 1929 murder spree begins with the stabbing deaths of 2 children, followed by 9 more the following August alone. It may have been a rare act of mercy, or even Curtin's subconscious desire to be caught that leads him to set free a woman who was a strangling victim. Peter Curtin is captured and executed by decapitation on July 2nd, 1931. Back in England, Dracula is ready to make his stage debut. The book is first dramatized after the book's publication in a rushed production that runs 5 acts and 47 scenes with Stoker as the Count. It is a one-night performance held to lay claim to the license. Dracula's proper stage debut is in June 1924 in Derby, England, adapted by Stoker's friend Hamilton Deane and starring Raymond Huntley as the Count. Huntley dons a tuxedo and cape as Dracula, creating a vampire seductive through his worldly sophistication. The costume will become as much a trademark as Dracula's own fangs. 3 years later, Deane's production makes it to London for Valentine's Day opening night and runs for 391 performances. John L. Balderston, an American playwright living in London, adapts Deane's playbook for the American stage and streamlines the cast of characters even further. The official Broadway premiere of Dracula is on October 5th, 1927. Cast in the lead is a Hungarian actor who brings an eerie reality to the otherworldly Count Dracula, an actor who will be both lifted and dragged down by his character. This actor is Bela Lugosi. Bela Lugosi was born Bela Ferenc Dezső Blasco in Lugos, Hungary in 1882, about 400 miles from the Transylvanian Alps. After establishing himself as an actor, he was forced to flee Hungary for political reasons in 1918, migrating to Vienna and then to Berlin. After divorcing his first wife in 1921, Lugosi set sail to find his fortunes in New York. Lugosi was not bilingual and learned his lines phonetically, a skill that came in handy in landing his first American role the next year in a production of The Red Poppy. When Dracula moved to the Broadway stage, Lugosi won the role. His distinctive accent defines the character's own voice for generations to come. 1927 not only marks Lugosi's debut as Dracula, but also that of the first major American vampire film in director Todd Browning's London After Midnight. It stars Lon Chaney, known as the Man of 1,000 Faces, as the vampire. Browning will go down as a master of the horror film, as well as an important figure in both Dracula and Lugosi's lives. Todd Browning ran away and joined a carnival at age 16, where he worked in the sideshow as the living corpse, an act that involved his being buried alive. By 1913, Browning left the carnival for New York City, where he became known as an actor in one-reel Nickelodeon comedies. The emerging film medium resulted in Nickelodeon theaters, which were arcade-like storefronts, where short films could be viewed for a mere nickel by spectators. It is unsurprising, then, that Browning then moved to Hollywood with his acting partner and made a transition to directing Nickelodeon shorts. In 1919, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer brings Browning together with actor Lon Chaney. Their collaboration will span 10 films. One of these, The Unholy Three, is Browning's first critical and commercial success. When Universal Pictures gives him the task of bringing the Dracula stage play to film, Browning's first intention is for Chaney to play the vampire. Chaney's tragic death in 1930 grants Lugosi, who has lobbied hard for the role, the chance to continue as the immortal Count. The largest obstacle, however, is Stoker's widow, Florence. She wants Universal to pay $50,000 for the adaptation rights, but Lugosi himself intervenes and convinces her to bring it down to a more possible $40,000, but on the condition that he, and only he, gets to play Dracula. Lugosi does get the part, but for a mere $500 over the course of a 7-week shoot. By contrast, David Manners, who plays Jonathan Harker, receives $2,000 per week. Dracula premieres on February 13th, 1931, and is an instant hit. Tickets are so scarce that many theaters have to run it around the clock to meet the demand. It nets $700,000, which increases to $1.2 million with worldwide ticket sales.
You're Hungarian, aren't you, Mr. Lugosi?
Yes, I am. But I mean, I'm Hungarian by birth. I'm an American now.
Well, why did you leave Hungary?
Political reasons. After the war, I participated in the revolution, and later, I found myself on the wrong side.
But you did become a citizen, didn't you, Doc?
Oh, some time ago, and I'm very glad and happy about it. I can stay here for good. It's very nice to live in a country where people know how to mind their own business. And there's something else. It's wonderful how the American people display their sportsmanship.
Mr. Lugosi, did you play any mystery parts in Europe?
No, I didn't. By accident, I didn't.
Well, what type of roles did you play?
Oh, different kind of roles. Character, dramatic, romantic, all kinds.
Well, have you ever been interested in anything outside of your profession?
Oh, yes, very much. I like to model, to sculpture. In my spare time, I like to put my surplus energy. I married.
Well, what was your first mystery play?
It was Dracula.
Oh, did the role depress you?
Very much. It haunted me. I often dreamed of the dead. In the morning when I woke up, I was tired, depressed.
Oh, how frightfully weird.
It isn't so much a makeup. It's rather expression. Well, I guess I'm pretty much of a lone wolf. I don't say I don't like people at all, but to tell you the truth, I only like them if I have a chance to look deep into their heart and in their mind. If I find there's something worthwhile, some human kindness, some sympathy.
Mr. Lugosi, are you interested in...
Pardon me. I'm coming.
Why, I didn't hear anyone calling.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, I understand.
Not just America, but the entire world is ready to be scared. In Germany, filmmaker Karl Theodor Dreyer prepares a vampire film as his first talking feature. Rather than looking to Bram Stoker, Dreyer draws his inspiration from the work of J. Sheridan Le Fanu, basing it on Le Fanu's novel In a Glass Darkly, and adds a female vampire, a la Carmilla. Not as heavily stylized as Nosferatu, 1932's Vampire is nonetheless very atmospheric and chilling. Dreyer's use of soft, naturalistic light, coupled with a mastery of double exposure, creates a believable and inherently more frightening cinematic world. So intent on capturing an eerie, dreamlike quality is Dreyer that he mostly films at either dawn or twilight, and also within the decaying walls of a castle outside of Paris. To many, it is among the greatest vampire films ever made. Meanwhile, Bela Lugosi struggles to find success amidst his newfound stardom as Dracula, while battling the typecasting that ironically comes with the role he worked so hard to get. One such genre role, for which the actor is first announced, but then declines, is that of Frankenstein's monster in director James Whale's 1931 film adaptation of Frankenstein. The film makes a star of Lugosi's replacement, Boris Karloff, instead. 12 years later, Lugosi does play Frankenstein's monster in 1943's Frankenstein Meets the Wolfman with Lon Chaney Jr. The next Monster Mash movie from Universal features Frankenstein's monster, the Wolfman, the Hunchback of Notre Dame, and Dracula, this time played by actor John Carradine, who will go on to play the Count more times than Lugosi. Lugosi's second and final turn as Dracula on screen for 1948's Abbott and Costello Meet Frankenstein is followed by a 1951 theatrical tour of Dracula, the Vampire play, his revival of Dean's production. The next year, while Lugosi struggles with drug addiction and alcoholism, amidst a downward spiraling career, young B-movie filmmaker Ed Wood Jr. casts him in his cross-dressing film Glenn or Glenda. Lugosi becomes the first Hollywood star to admit to drug addiction on April 21st, 1955, when he admits himself to the Los Angeles General Hospital.
What about your alcoholic situation? I kicked it off 3 years ago. You have been away from it 3 years? Yes, I joined Alcoholics Anonymous and I gave it up. I see. Well, you're certainly looking fine. What advice, just say another half a minute on this good telenews air here, what would you say to the people who are either on narcotics, have been on it, or even would ever consider going to their first part? Well, with those who are on it, I would really suggest that they shall go right away and report their volunteer to a state hospital and get cured. Whatever state they're in? Yes, whatever state they're in. Or to go to a federal hospital. And for those who are just in danger, I would say they should be very careful, should pray, and shouldn't start it, because it's a terrible ordeal to go through a withdrawal. It's the greatest pain in the world. And Dracula was nothing compared to that. Nice to see you looking so well, and the best of success back in the films. I appreciate it. To see you back and your fans. I'm looking forward to seeing my fans again in my next picture. Thank you very much. Thank you.
He is forever immortalized in the black satin cape in which he was buried, as the world's image of Count Dracula. Other actors will don the cape of the Count. Lon Chaney Jr. in 1943's Son of Dracula, Frank Langella in 1979. But the actor to play Dracula more than any other makes his debut in British film studio Hammer Films' 1958 production of Dracula, titled Horror of Dracula, for American release. Christopher Lee. Standing at 6'4", Lee cuts an imposing figure of the Count. For his interpretation, he shuns watching the Lugosi film and hews closer to Stoker's novel. Lee plays Count Dracula for almost 20 years, through about 10 films. The vampire makes his way to, ironically, daytime television in 1966 with Gothic soap opera Dark Shadows. Dark Shadows takes place in a spooky New England mansion in a coastal town. It originally features the normal trappings of a soap opera, with small vestiges of the supernatural thrown in. As ratings slip, creator Dan Curtis is inspired to introduce the vampiric anti-hero Barnabas Collins. Played by actor Jonathan Frid, Barnabas saves the show, and it runs for 1,225 episodes until 1971. In 1971, a ban is lifted from American comics.
Whereas the mid-1950s had proved to be a stifling time for the American comic book, a censorship code called the Comics Code had been enacted after there had been a fear of juvenile delinquency being caused by comic books. It sounds crazy by today's standards, but it was a serious threat back then. This new Comics Code did not allow monsters to appear in any comic books that could be sold on newsstands. Now, by the early 70s, things changed and the code was revised to allow the Walking Dead, characters like Frankenstein, and vampires, such as Dracula, to appear in American comic books. Marvel Comics launched Tomb of Dracula in 1971. The writer, Marv Wolfman, stuck with the book for years, and the artist was a gentleman named Gene Colan, a very kind, soft-spoken man in real life. Gene had told me when he was a child in the Great Depression, he was petrified of horror movies. He's scared easily. He would walk in Times Square and hear the monster music being piped out through the speakers of the movie theater for Frankenstein with Boris Karloff, and it would scare the bejesus out of him. Well, ironically, Gene wound up drawing Dracula for pretty much the entirety of its run. Gene had this very... he predicted the future in modeling his Dracula off of Jack Palance, who later played Dracula in 1973. It's produced by Dan Curtis, who created Dark Shadows. Dracula did bring out another character who would play a very vital part in the history of Marvel Comics, and more importantly, in the superhero movie. Blade the Vampire Hunter, a half-breed, a man whose mother was bitten by a vampire as she was giving birth to him, giving him vampiric abilities, though not making him 100% a vampire. Premiered in the pages of Tomb of Dracula. He was a little bit like your blaxploitation heroes at the time. He had an afro, he had a leather jacket, but Blade stuck around for a little bit, and later on, towards the 1990s, New Line Cinema made a Blade film written by David Goyer and featuring Wesley Snipes as Blade himself. Blade was enough of a success to get Fox to make the X-Men movie. The first X-Men movie did very well. That made it easier for the first Spider-Man film to happen, and so on and so on. It's all a complete domino effect that, in terms of content pulled from the comics itself, began with Blade in Tomb of Dracula, as created by Marv Wolfman and Gene Colan.
Martial artist, actor, and director Sammo Hung's 1980 film, Encounters of the Spooky Kind, introduces a new genre, one that combines horror and comedy with kung fu action. Hung produces the first Mr. Vampire film in 1985, and it generates 4 sequels, several spin-off films, and even a television series and stage play. In 1992, actor Gary Oldman portrays Dracula in Bram Stoker's Dracula, a lavish adaptation of the novel directed by Francis Ford Coppola, rather than an offshoot of the stage play. When Buffy the Vampire Slayer hits theaters in 1992, creator Joss Whedon is not entirely happy with the movie's take on his script. He gets the last laugh in 1997, when Buffy comes to television as a new series, told his way, and proves itself a runaway success. For the first time, vampires are both scary and fun. The Vampire is brought to younger readers with 2005's Twilight series by writer Stephenie Meyer. Meyer's high school romance features both vampires and werewolves. Before the 10th anniversary of Twilight's release, all 4 novels are made into blockbuster films with a rabid fan base.
A lot of times people come up to me, they say, hey, I've seen the original Dracula and Frankenstein. I read Mary Shelley's stuff, and I appreciate the classics. And then people come along and they remake this stuff, and it's terrible. And I always hesitate, and I take them back and I say, well, let's think about this for a second. Shelley wrote for her era. It was translated into film in the 30s. That was for an audience. But then think about it. When the 70s came around, it was a whole different generation. People have never seen it. Now movies had not only sound, of course Dracula was sounded, but now they had music soundtracks and they had special effects. So Hammer comes along and they take the same mythology and they bring it up to a new audience, a new generation. And that audience goes back, and for them the classics is the Hammer films. But then people say, well, there are no good films after that. But wait a second. What about Francis Ford Coppola's Dracula? Another generation has passed. So when people come back to me and they say, these are the classics. Hold it. What are the classics? Every generation needs to recreate the mythology of horror in its own image. And if you don't like it, ignore it, because you had your generation. Let them enjoy their generation.
In spite of the vampire's prevalence in pop culture and fiction, it still attempts to create a presence in the real world. Children are playing in Griswold, Connecticut in 1990 when they make a grisly discovery while sliding down a bank.
In Griswold, Connecticut in 1990, this little boy ran home to his mother after being out and playing with his friends. He told her that him and his friends had discovered something. She didn't quite believe him at first because, you know, kids make things up. Until her son pulled out the human skull that he'd found on his adventure. Well, needless to say, she called the authorities immediately. Investigations of that area uncovered the unmarked graves of 29 children dating back to the colonial era. What's most distressing, however, is that they found one stone crypt with a red painted coffin right in the middle of it. The initials JB had been spelled out in brass tacks. The body inside had not only been beheaded, bones had been placed in an X formation over its rib cage, and a rotted stake was remaining right in the chest cavity. Was JB a vampire? No one knows for sure. No documentation has been found, but it is one of those wonderfully chilling mysteries about the reality of vampires and how the scare took hold of colonial America.
The graveyard's close proximity to Jewett City and Mercy Brown indicates so. Was he a victim of tuberculosis, much like Brown had been? Or was he something more sinister? We will never know.
A bat fluttering in, turning into a human form, stalking its victim, biting on the neck, draining of its fluids. I mean, it kind of, there's a lot of imagery that we associate with vampires, and it's interpreted in a lot of different ways. Sometimes it's seen as a sort of a repressed sexual sort of thing, and other times it's looked at as kind of this fear of an outsider, this fear of an immigrant, this fear of this other person from an other land with other ways that are different than ours, taking our women. It's shocking, certainly was in its day and still is. And it's I think a romance on both sides, where I think the idea of being taken in by someone like Count Dracula is a romantic notion, and the being the predator in that situation and being the stalker is attractive to some people. We have a vampire culture. We have people who walk the walk and talk the talk and wear the fangs. There are a lot of guys with a little bit of dental experience, like a dental tech experience, and a whole lot of pretension that go around making custom fangs for people who call themselves vampires, and they walk among us. They walk among us, they live among us. You know, they could be washing your car, they could be serving you your latte, but at night, they're vampires.
One day, perhaps, someone will find a way to harness the power of the mythological vampire. On that day, or night, the world will be forever changed. We have witnessed the vampire's origins, from the Lamii of Greek mythology to the disembodied Penangal of Malaysia. We have seen the hopping vampires of China, as well as the 12th century vampire priest. The birth of the literary vampire springs from a late-night challenge at Lake Geneva. Something more horrible and more immortal than John Polidori's Lord Ruthven is also born that night, as we will learn next time when we encounter the living dead, including Mary Shelley's eternal creation, Frankenstein's monster. our lives, afraid of death, of our former selves. For the undead are some of the worst monsters among us. Mankind, in an effort to understand its own mortality, has created an afterlife, a belief in the great beyond, and a refusal to believe that we cease to exist after our mortal shells die. One of the greatest afterlife myths belongs to the ancient Egyptians, with their tale of Osiris, the god of the dead. One such documentation, beyond the painted murals on pyramid walls, comes from Greek historian Plutarch.
The animal-headed god of chaos, Set, is jealous of his brother Osiris and prepares a death trap for the king. Secretly having measured Osiris, Set prepares a wooden sarcophagus as a centerpiece at a party. Each partygoer tries and fails to fit in. And when Osiris successfully fits, Set seals the coffin with lead and hurls his entrapped brother into the Nile. Isis, Osiris' wife, scared the improper burial will prevent Osiris from the afterlife, finds his coffin embedded in the trunk of a cedar tree. She leaves it to rest in a marshland, where the vengeful Set stumbles upon it. Dismembering Osiris' body into 14 pieces, Set scatters them throughout Egypt. Isis succeeds in finding 13 of the pieces, all but the sex organ, which she replaces with a phallus made of gold. Keeping watch over his reassembled body, Isis sings him back to life. Osiris' new position as the king of the afterlife, where he observes the judgment of the recently dead.
In the Bible, Ezekiel 37. In the valley of the dry bones, Ezekiel has a vision of Israel's rebirth. God breathes life into a valley of bones, much in the same way he had first breathed life into Adam. The bones assemble themselves into skeletons, flesh is knit over, and an army of the living dead stand together in force. Moving forward hundreds of years, we find the reanimated dead more than just a myth, but a cold, stark reality. The greatest example of the living dead comes from a Caribbean state not much older than the United States. Bela Lugosi, of Dracula fame, stars in 1932's horror film White Zombie as a white Bokor who uses his powers to turn an innocent woman into a zombie. This first feature-length film adds the letter E to the end of the traditional spelling of zombie, which will become the normal spelling of zombie in the Western world. A sequel of sorts, Revolt of the Zombies, follows in 1936. The zombie and voodoo scourge is also dealt with in 1943's I Walked with a Zombie. Yet, these mindless characters, enslaved by Hollywoodized Bokors, fail to capture the public's imagination or terror. But the greatest of the Walking Dead had already been created, from both the alchemy of a stormy night and the fears of Victorian Europe. We return to that night in 1816 at Villa Diodati, sitting by Lake Geneva. The poet, Lord Byron, reads German ghost stories to his guests, including Mary Wollstonecraft, her half-sister Claire, physician John Polidori, and the poet Percy Bysshe Shelley. Byron's challenge to create the scariest ghost story is taken seriously by Mary, who is herself the scion of two philosophers and a feminist in her own right.
I busied myself to think of a story, a story to rival those which had excited us to this task, one which would speak to the mysterious fears of our nature and awaken thrilling horror.
The story conjured in Mary's dreams is itself born of the fear of a reanimated dead and, quite possibly, her encounter with the tales of a historical scientist once bent on creating new life and a place visited on her honeymoon. When Mary's father, William Godwin, forbids her and her love, Percy Bysshe Shelley, to marry in 1814, they elope with Claire in tow and take a tour of Europe with little money and no set destination in mind. One of their stops is in the German town of Gersheim on September 2nd, where they likely come across an old castle atop a hill. Overlooking the land below, the castle was built in the 1300s, the land having been in possession of the warrior Franks since 948 AD. As the Franks build their castle near a former Roman quarry, the clan becomes known as Stone of the Franks, or Frankenstein. The Frankensteins were of a warrior lineage. In 1430, one member once battles one of the most feared and savage warriors in all of Europe, Vlad the Impaler himself. The results are lost to history. Legend is that Sir George von Frankenstein slays a dragon with his sword in the 1500s. The beast strikes back with the stinger on its tail and fatally poisons the brave knight. Another legend starts out of Castle Frankenstein on August 10th, 1673, with the birth of Joseph Conrad Dippel. The mercurial Dippel becomes known for verbally abusing his contenders and dueling with them in the streets. In Strasbourg, he flees the city after killing a man. Dippel does not find a keen interest in theology, as his Lutheran clergyman father once, nor does he become ensconced in the medical sciences, but somewhere in between. Dippel embraces alchemy, the study of transmutation, and turns to transforming base metals into valuable ones, such as gold. To this end, and determined to find the mythical philosopher's stone and elixir of life, Dippel outfits an alchemical laboratory. Soon, rumors abound that Dippel is practicing the black arts and digging graves for cadavers to experiment on. Dippel apparently does find the ability to create gold, but it is lost forever in a ruinous laboratory fire. What Dippel does attain, however, is an elixir called Dippel's Oil that at least includes blood, distilled animal bones. How they are attained, only the dead know. Mary would also be aware of Giovanni Aldini, an Italian scientist born in 1762, who later migrated to England. Aldini's uncle Luigi Galvani's theories of applying electricity to reanimate dead animals formed the basis of his own mission to bring the dead back through animal electricity. In January 1802, Aldini gives a demonstration of his electrical arc, a pincer-like contraption with a current of energy running through, to reanimate an ox's head. As energy courses through, its tongue wags, and the rest of the head moves about as if in life. On occasion, Aldini overdoes the current, and the eyes begin to pop from the sockets, or the head explodes. Later that month, Aldini is given the bodies of 2 convicts, both executed, to experiment on. Spectators enter the medical arena to see the entire bottom half of one convict's body on an operating table and the head of the second on another.
On the first application of the process to the face, the jaws of the deceased criminal began to quiver, and the adjoining muscles were horribly contorted, and one eye was actually open. In the subsequent part of the process, the right hand was raised and clenched, and the legs and thighs were set in motion.
A year later, the culmination of Aldini's theory on resuscitating life is put to the test when he procures the body of a convict. George Forster had been found guilty of drowning both his wife and daughter and was hanged shortly thereafter. The body is procured the customary hour after death. Electrodes are placed all over the body, from the limbs to the face. Aldini cuts the current on and applies his arc. Forster's heart still refuses to beat. Desperate, Aldini cracks the ribs and exposes the heart. He places the arc near the heart and zaps it. It still fails to beat. The experiment is a failure. This world, where reanimating the dead seems a distinct possibility, is the world of Mary Wollstonecraft Shelley. On the night of June 22nd, these things boil to the surface of her mind as Shelley and Byron discuss science. Her thoughts turn to galvanism and then to something far more disturbing.
Perhaps the component parts of a creature might be manufactured, brought together, and endued with vital warmth. I saw the pale student of unhallowed arts kneeling beside the thing he had put together. I saw the hideous phantasm of a man stretched out, and then, on the working of some powerful engine, show signs of life, and stir with an uneasy, half-vital motion. Frightful must it be, for supremely frightful would be the effect of any human endeavor to mock the stupendous mechanism of the Creator of the world.
Mary eventually expands her short story into a novel. By May 1817, she puts the finishing touches on the modern Prometheus, or, as it is better known, Frankenstein. Brilliant young medical student Victor Frankenstein, inspired by alchemy, is obsessed with creating a human being from the body parts of the dead. Terror sinks in when his dream changes to a nightmarish reality. Little does Victor Frankenstein know what he is releasing upon the world with the birth of his nameless creature. His creature soon learns the truth about humanity, as he is shunned for his monstrous appearance. As the creature's intelligence grows, so does his anger.
Accursed creator, why did you form a monster so hideous that even you turned from me in disgust? God, in pity, made man beautiful and alluring after his own image. But my form is a filthy type of yours, more horrid even from the very resemblance. Satan had his companions, fellow devils, to admire and encourage him, but I am solitary and abhorred.
The creature comes to Frankenstein with a proposition: create a partner for him, or suffer the loss of those he loves most. It is Frankenstein's 11th hour rejection of this proposal that stirs the creature's vengeance even further and leads it to murder his creator's new wife. Frankenstein pursues his creation to the Arctic, where he is brought aboard a ship bound for the North Pole. The weary Frankenstein dies after realizing the folly of his playing God. His creature admits defeat upon the death of his maker.
But soon I shall die, and what I now feel be no longer felt. Soon these burning miseries will be extinct. I shall ascend my funeral pile triumphantly and exult in the agony of the torturing flames. The light of that conflagration will fade away. My ashes will be swept into the sea by the winds. My spirit will sleep in peace, or if it thinks, it will not surely think thus. Farewell.
Initially published anonymously in 1818, only 500 copies are printed in the first edition, earning Mary about £28 in royalties. Percy Bysshe Shelley dies in a boating accident in 1822. Mary leaves Italy and returns to London the next year. Little could she know the influence of her work, including the theatrical adaptation, Presumption, or The Fate of Frankenstein, by Richard Brinsley Peake at the English Opera House in the Strand. The most radical change to Mary's novel is with the creature himself, as he is now rendered mute. It will become one of the character's defining traits in most subsequent adaptations. Nearly 100 separate stage adaptations will follow over time. Mary Shelley outlives her husband and Polidori, as well as 3 of her 4 children. She writes more novels, but none attain the immortality of Frankenstein. She dies on February 1st, 1851, of a brain tumor at 53.
One of the most interesting things to me about the Frankenstein story is the fact that it's stuck around. And essentially, it is a tale that was created by Mary Shelley with a few inspirations for it, but generally speaking, there are not a lot of tales like this before her time. And this, of course, is what she's known for and has been known for. But when we think of Frankenstein, we generally think not of her story, but of the classic universal Boris Karloff rendition with the flat top head and the bolts coming out of the neck. As I said, I think the fact that it's stuck around is very, very important. I've always sort of seen it personally as a metaphor for creativity. In and of itself, people who make a life out of being creative have a sort of love-hate relationship with what they do. They make something with the best of intentions. They want it to be perfect. They invest their soul in it. They literally call their artwork a baby. Or, and this could be, you know, an engineer. It could be anybody who's making something. And you have a vision of perfection. And then what you find is that the thing has a life of its own, and you don't necessarily, you're not necessarily prepared for that when something that you're creating and you think of as your child in a sense has its own identity and its own needs and its own personality. So part of the appeal, I think, of Frankenstein as a story is the fact that we can all relate to the desire to create. We can all relate to the act of creation and the fact that we can't really control it.
Frankenstein and his creation live on in the new film medium, starting with an adaptation by Thomas Edison's film studio. The 16-minute movie is shot in 3 days at Edison Studios in the Bronx, New York City. The film's claim to be a liberal adaptation is apt. While Frankenstein follows the basic plot of Shelley's novel, condensed into 12 minutes, it is a magical take on the scientific original. The monster is created in a cauldron and disappears when overwhelmed by the love between Frankenstein and Elizabeth on their wedding night. While Lugosi is announced to play the creature in 1930, the Hungarian actor ultimately declines the role. Taken by Karloff's distinctive features, director James Whale screen tests Karloff. He instantly finds Frankenstein's creature. The British-born Karloff is 44 when he takes the role, having struggled as an actor since 1909. To support his acting, he has worked as everything from a truck driver to manual laborer. The intensive work leaves him with a lifetime of back problems. Whale's Frankenstein, based on Webling's play, is an atmospheric triumph. The angles of the set design evoke a constant sense of foreboding. The Millhouse setting for Frankenstein's laboratory is composed of uneven brick walls that spiral up the imperfect center and ominously catch the light. It is a canvas that captures Karloff's imposing shadow. The true centerpiece of the film is Karloff's performance. Even at his most physically terrifying, he gives the creature a childlike emotional vulnerability that audiences connect with. Universal, originally billing Karloff as no more than a question mark, is quick to capitalize on its star.
Universal Studios had a very, very young president of the company who was very, very into monsters and stuff. And once he got in there and it was his turn to start greenlighting productions, he immediately started filling the 1930s with amazing monster movies, starting with Dracula. And Dracula was such a hit, they brought Lugosi from the stage production to do Dracula, and it was huge. And so immediately they followed, this was 1931, immediately they followed it up with an adaptation of Frankenstein, also more based off of the play than Mary Shelley's book. And it was another huge hit. It was originally offered to Lugosi, but since it didn't have much in the way of speaking roles and it wasn't a sexy part, Lugosi turned it down. And Boris Karloff, who was in his 40s at the time, really thought he was at the end of his career, ended up taking on the role. And it was really under a lot of makeup, and the guy had a lot of back problems, and a lot of that, I think, he didn't have, he took out his false teeth, a lot of his own, I think, physical ailments just from being an older gentleman for the day, because a guy in his 40s today is still an adolescent.
His next major horror role is as another member of the reanimated dead, but this one with little literary precedent. Universal producer Carl Lammle, Jr., inspired by the opening of King Tut's tomb in 1922, wants an Egyptian-themed horror movie to succeed Dracula and Frankenstein. There had been no major literary works on Egyptian mummies, save for short stories by none less than Edgar Allan Poe and Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. When Edgar Allan Poe writes Some Words with a Mummy in 1845, it is not a horror story from the master of the supernatural, but a satire of the period's Egypt mania craze. The story's narrator is an aspiring scholar of Egyptology who is already well drunk by the start. When an Egyptian mummy is unwrapped by his friends and a Dr. Poniner, they find the corpse of one Aleister. It isn't until current is run through the mummy's nose that he comes to life and berates the party. As the evening goes on, the party debates their societies with the mummy, with ancient Egypt trumping modern man's. Until there is one thing Aleister cannot challenge, the advance of snake oil remedies, such as Poniner's lozenges or Brandreth's pills.
The Egyptian blushed and hung down his head. Never was triumph so consummate. Never was defeat born with so ill a grace. Indeed, I could not endure the spectacle of our poor mummy's mortification. I reached my hat, bowed to him stiffly, and took my leave. Upon getting home, I found it past 4 o'clock, and went immediately to bed. It is now 10 a.m. I have been up since 7, penning these memoranda for the benefit of my family and of mankind. The former I shall behold no more. My wife is a shrew. The truth is I am heartily sick of life and the 19th century in general. I am convinced that everything is going wrong. Besides, I am anxious to know who will be the president in 2045. As soon, therefore, as I shave and swallow a cup of coffee, I shall just step over to Poniner's and get embalmed for a couple 100 years.
Some Words with a Mummy is one of Poe's stories about Egyptomania, this fascination that Westerners had with Egypt after Napoleon and the French brought back mummies and Egyptian artifacts. So Europe and America were Egypt crazy during Poe's time, and even in 1823, when Poe was 14 years old, there was a mummy on display in the Virginia State Capitol. So people, including Poe himself, would get to go and see the mummy, and the fascination got so great that they even designed an Egyptian temple in Richmond called the Egyptian Building as their first medical school in the city. So Poe was coming at the story from that angle, and his story is about a mummy unwrapping party. And in that time, people would host mummy unwrapping parties. They would invite their friends, and just like the name says, they would unwrap a mummy. And in this story, a group of scientists decided while they're at it, they should see what happens if they shock the mummy with an electric battery, and the mummy came to life.
Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, famed for his creation of Sherlock Holmes, writes his own mummy story in 1890. The Ring of Thoth is about the ancient Egyptian Sosra, cursed with being unable to die so as to be reunited with his love in the afterlife. The imagery in it of the dry-skinned, wrinkled Egyptian will become the basis for the Mummy's movie debut.
There was something inhuman and preternatural about its appearance. Over the temple and cheekbone it was as glazed and as shiny as varnished parchment. There was no suggestion of pores. One could not fancy a drop of moisture upon that arid surface. From brow to chin, however, it was cross-hatched by a million delicate wrinkles, which shot and interlaced as though nature, in some Maori mood, had tried how wild and intricate a pattern she could devise.
For Sosra, the goal was in his death to join hers in the afterlife. Elements of the story will find their way to the big screen in Universal's The Mummy. Director Karl Freund creates a quiet and moody film with several moments that are punctuated with frightening ones. Karloff's portrayal as the mummy, Imhotep, is both sinister and sexually charged as he pursues the reincarnation of his long-dead love. While The Mummy is a success, it still takes 8 years for another film to be made, The Mummy's Hand. This one is not a follow-up, but a remake, featuring the mummy of another Egyptian priest, Charis, played by silent film cowboy Tom Tyler. 3 more mummy movies follow, this time starring Lon Chaney Jr. as the mummy. The son of screen legend Lon Chaney, the man of 1,000 faces, his greatest success will soon come through another Universal series, The Wolfman. As for Karloff, he returns to the Frankenstein's creature makeup for The Bride of Frankenstein in 1935. Borrowing more elements from Shelley's novel, it features Elsa Lanchester as both Mary Shelley in a framing sequence that honors the Villa Diodati weekend, and as the iconic bride.
In the novel, there was a bride created by the Doctor, which was not in the first film. And so they went back and they sort of told that story. In the book, the monster demanded a mate, and at a certain point, supposedly, it was too disgusting of an idea for the Doctor to imagine these two characters, these two creations of his, physically mating, and disgusted him. So he destroyed the monster's mate. And in an act of revenge, the monster then destroys the Doctor's family, Victor Frankenstein's family.
Karloff once more plays the creature for Son of Frankenstein in 1939. Hammer Films in England practically reinvents the horror film in the late 1950s and pushes beyond anything that had come before. They released their Frankenstein in 1957, starring Peter Cushing as Frankenstein and Christopher Lee as the creature. Unlike Universal, this series follows Frankenstein himself rather than his creation. Cushing and Lee also star in a 1959 version of The Mummy, which launches its own series of films. The Mummy, for a character with minimal literary origin, has become a member of the monster pantheon. After the advent of World War II, horror takes comic books by storm. Amongst the usual company of ghosts, vampires, and werewolves are the living dead. In 1942's Air Fighter Comics, publisher Hillman introduces a legendary reanimated corpse, but with a twist. When World War I German ace Baron Emmelmann crashes into the swamps of Poland, his body is thrown clear of the plane's cockpit. Over the years, his will to live merges with the vegetation around his dead body, and he emerges as the Heap. The Heap lumbers about the world until 1953. EC Comics, publishers of Tales from the Crypt, Vault of Horror, and Haunt of Fear, regularly feature the reanimated corpses of those murdered. And they always come back to settle the score. The horror genre is banned by an industry-wide censorship act called the Comics Code in 1954. But the comics have already affected countless baby boomers.
What we call monster kids, which are baby boomers who grew up reading comic books, collecting toys, and reading Famous Monsters magazine. The idea of being separate from everyone, not being misunderstood. The Frankenstein of the movies is very sympathetic to where there's always these sort of scenes where, he almost kind of holds it together, but then the human race kind of betrays him and he has to go crazy and just burn it all, knock it all down. And so I think there is something about Frankenstein that is that misunderstood monster fan. And I think that people identify themselves in that way. And I also think that those movies, Dracula, Frankenstein, the werewolf, they all kind of have a fairy tale type quality. Also the fact that they're geared toward a younger audience. I mean, this type of material was thought of as being kid stuff, matinee stuff. Monsters and horror movies weren't thought of as being real legitimate in that time. They were thought of as being exploitive and also being thought of as being fair for youngsters. And so in those days, and we're talking 30s, 40s, and 50s, it was really aimed at the kids. And so I think it does appeal to that part of us, the 10-year-old inside of us, going forward. In the 60s, they started making horror movies for teenagers because those kids grew up. And then you have the movie that you take your date to the drive-in or whatever. And then it became upping the ante and making them more horrific and more scarier and making the monsters less like fairy tale monsters where, it's the ogre with the big heart. It then becomes the threat. And I think a lot of that was fueled by a lot of we had a lot, the communists and other groups that we were terrified of that kind of filled in that blank of what those monsters represented. And we were no longer romancing being the monster, we were more romancing destroying the monster. I think the other thing that's really interesting about movies of the 50s and 60s versus the 30s and 40s is that in the 50s and 60s, science is kind of like our friend, I think because of the atomic bomb, there's this sort of like, we're the guys with the science. We want our kids to learn science. We want to romanticize being a scientist because we want a bunch of smart kids so we can beat the commies. So I think that there was a lot of movies with heroes for scientists, and monsters just being straight evil. Where in Frankenstein, it's definitely this, he tampered in God's domain. That's sort of the lesson of the original Frankenstein story, and that science is kind of thought of as sort of a dark art, and and scientists are thought of as being mad scientists. And Dr. Frankenstein is the quintessential mad scientist. Whereas in the 60s, scientists were the guys with the pipe who figured stuff out. And so that kind of, in another way, created another romance with kids of the 60s wanting to grow up to be scientists. And they grew up and invented everything. And now we don't really have that focus in movies with scientists as heroes. So you got math scores dropping and people not wanting to be scientists. And so I'm sure some other country will just sweep us under the rug.
It is the mid-1960s, and commercial directors George Romero and Russell Striner self-fund, with help from a few friends, a horror movie for $114,000. The title is The Night of the Flesh Eaters. In stark black and white, Flesh Eaters follows the chaos when an airborne disease turns the world's unburied dead into brainless ghouls. Taking their final film to a distribution company, they changed the film's title because of an earlier film simply called The Flesh Eaters. They settle on a title that will go down in infamy: Night of the Living Dead. A handful of strangers are trapped together in a farmhouse as flesh eaters encroach upon them. As the film progresses, news broadcasts give the perspective of the outside world, and militias assembled to destroy armies of the ambling dead. While they aren't referred to as zombies directly within the film, Night of the Living Dead is considered the point from which the modern zombie emerges, using the flesh eaters as a mode of social criticism in the world of the Cold War. A new element is introduced to the Western zombie in 1985's Return of the Living Dead. Rather than just flesh, these zombies also crave human brains. As the American zombie takes root in the fears of viewers everywhere, the Haitian zombie still remains a mystery. That ignorance is brought to light with the story of Haitian Clervius Narcisse, who returns home in 1980 after being dead for 18 years. Narcisse, aged 40, dies on April 30th, 1962, after admitting himself to the Albert Schweitzer Hospital in Deschapelles, Haiti. His lengthy illness culminates in his coughing up blood, and 2 days later, his death. But that is not all for Narcisse. As he lays underneath the sheet, his skin feels on fire, and he hears his sisters weeping. His coffin lid is hammered shut, and a nail projects through and cuts his face. Clervius bears silent witness to it all, unable to move. Even as his coffin is dug up, the lid pried off, and a Bokor and his henchmen drag him out to beat him mercilessly, he is aware. When he comes to, everything is dreamlike. He's on a sugar plantation where he toils for 2 years. With 1 meal a day, Clervius is sluggish. 2 years later, the Bokor begins beating a zombie as punishment. The zombie grabs a hoe and in self-defense kills the Bokor. The zombies, freed, leave the plantation. For 14 years, Clervius wanders, awaiting a reply to letters sent to his family. Upon the death of his brother, whom Clervius comes to suspect as the one to curse him to life as a zombie, does he return. In 1982, Canadian ethnobotanist and anthropologist Wade Davis travels to Haiti to finally uncover the truth behind zombies, starting with the case of Clervius Narcisse. Gaining samples of the zombie powder used by Bokors to create their mindless slaves, Wade finds the 3 common ingredients in all: ground human bones, plants with urticating hairs, spines, resins, or calcium crystals, sometimes with tarantula parts added. This causes scratches on the skin and allows the poison to spread into the bloodstream. Puffer fish toxin, containing tetrodotoxin. Puffer fish are amongst the deadliest known poisons and can cause paralysis, a blocking of the nervous system, and malaise, amongst other symptoms. Davis theorizes that the pufferfish is the most active ingredient in the zombie powder, and that the stupor-like effect after a zombie's disinterment is caused by regular feeding of the datura plant, also known as a zombie cucumber. It causes delirium and, in some cases, complete amnesia. The victim's belief that a bokor can turn him into a zombie can also make the drug's effect that much more real for him. But is the Haitian zombie truly demystified? Perhaps in theory, yes. But in practice, let's pray we never find out firsthand. Danny Boyle and screenwriter Alex Garland bring new unlife to the zombie with 2002's 28 Days Later. A rabies-like infection spreads, a raging virus throughout humanity, and affects anyone brought in touch with infected blood. It is what surviving amidst the infected apocalypse does to the human psyche that is most terrifying. While 28 Days Later is arguably not a zombie movie, the infected are not undead, but simply mad, it sparks a new zombie craze. Writer Max Brooks pens the novel World War Z, an oral history of the zombie war, in 2003. For Brooks, the zombie outbreak is a vehicle for social commentary towards the America of post-9/11. Comic book writer Robert Kirkman, with artist Tony Moore, launches a black and white zombie comic, The Walking Dead, in 2003. It is adapted into a television show of the same name in 2010 and continues to infect a new legion of zombie fans. Zombie mania sweeps the U.S. and beyond just on Halloween. Zombie walks are organized to raise money for charity, with participants joining in as they are bitten by other zombies. The zombie has become a phenomenon that just won't die.
A lot of imagery comes to mind when you think of zombies. The mindless hordes of the undead sort of shuffling around, staggering, sometimes dragging their foot, which that's not zombie, those are mummies, okay? I don't know how zombies got the thing of dragging their foot. That actually comes from Boris Karloff's depiction of the mummy. But whenever you got a bunch of extras dressed as zombies in a movie, you always see like 7 guys dragging their leg around, because that imagery of that undead character kind of seeped into the zombie legend as well. And so there's this image, at least the original image of the zombie, where these was kind of fueled by this sort of West African slaves in the New World. And so when the movie White Zombie was made, you know, that was like, you know, a white zombie, whoa, that's crazy. You know, that was like turning it on its ear by taking something that was kind of thought of as Afro-American and having Bela Lugosi being a sort of Caucasian version of that, you know, because it was just exploitation, and, you know, that was just a way to sort of take something that was, you know, in their culture and put it in our culture, and that was like, you know, wait a second, we're not supposed to do stuff like that. So that's sort of a weird, you know, there's a lot of ways to look at that and not many ways to talk about it without sounding racist. But it's a very cool aspect of being able to control, like, I guess, you know, Bela Lugosi was kind of the Boker, and he was controlling these hordes of zombies in the film White Zombie. it struck such a chord with moviegoers where, you know, there are these people who just don't care, you know, you blow their arm off, they just keep walking at you, you know, they'll just walk right off a cliff, it'll just keep marching. And I think that, you know, that sort of enemy who you can't reason with, you can't talk to, they don't think the way we do, they don't even think at all. I think that's very terrifying for people, and I think throughout the years, that figure has meant different things and has changed. In the film Night of the Living Dead, George A. Romero kind of used the zombie as a symbol of a sort of a social rebellion, you know, to where, you know, at a certain point, the world doesn't belong to you anymore. It's been taken over right from underneath you, and you're the outsider.
Listen, I got a kid down there.
Well, you're her father. If you're stupid enough to go die in that trap, that's your business. However, I am not stupid enough to follow you. It is tough for the kid that her old man is so stupid. Now, you get the hell down in the cellar. You can be the boss down there. I'm boss up here.
And the world already belongs to somebody else. And he lifted that theme directly from The Last Man on Earth, the Matheson novel. And I think that that concept of this subversion being more powerful than rebellion, you know, to where it could happen without you really realizing it, and someone else has inherited the earth right from underneath you.
Reports, incredible as they seem, are not the results of mass hysteria. The wave of murder which is sweeping the eastern third of the nation is being committed by creatures who feast upon the flesh of their victims. First eyewitness accounts of this grisly development came from people who were understandably frightened and almost incoherent. Officials and newsmen at first discounted those eyewitness descriptions as being beyond belief.
This subversion being more powerful than rebellion, you know, where it could happen without you really realizing it, and someone else has inherited the earth right from underneath you. I think that feeds into a lot of our fears about outsiders, about strangers, and I think it also, as we, in this technological world, you know, we kind of feel like we're losing ourselves. We're giving more and more of our human duties away to machines, and we kind of feel like zombies, to where we're just sort of existing, and we're not really living. So I think that modern zombie films still fuel a lot of paranoia and modern sort of feelings of dread, and modern sort of wish fulfillment too on both sides, because some people don't want to make any choices. They want to be a zombie.
All right, now you tell me. I'm not going to take that kind of a chance when we got a safe place. We luck into a safe place, and you're telling us we got to risk our lives just because somebody might need help, huh?
Yeah, something like that.
And then on the other side of it, I think people, I think modern zombie movies are like sort of the reincarnation of the Cowboys and Indians movie, where it's like someone you can like blow away with a shotgun and not feel bad about, because they're not people, you know. And it's like you can be that John Wayne kind of hero with the cowboy bandolier straps and the pistols and the shotguns, and you can just walk out and start blowing your neighbors away because they're not people, and that's how you justify committing that kind of an act.
He's the dead one. Get up here. Nick, Tony, Steve, you want to get out in that field and build me a bonfire?
So I think that that's why zombies remain popular today, is because you know, I think that it's romanticized on both sides. You know, you have two very different audiences getting a lot of vicarious thrill out of it.
The zombie initially stemmed from the xenophobia of the Haitian slave uprising, our fear of science embodied in Mary Shelley's immortal creation, the social unrest of the Cold War and Vietnam eras with the EC comics and Romero zombies. We have witnessed the reanimation of a human shell. But what happens to the other part? that soul turned restless after death. You may be able to outrun the undead, but what of the restless spirits of the dead? We will find out next time. Ghosts. Denied the comfort of the afterlife, these souls are cursed to wander the material world. They are lost. Often trapped in one spot, ghosts cast about, seeking a relief that may never come. Sometimes they warn us of danger, or appear to foretell the death of a loved one, or even our own death. Because they are remnants of us. Ghosts are the most frightening and ethereal monsters among us. How long have ghosts haunted us? While records are few, legends are many. One of the earliest tales takes us to ancient Egypt and the rule of a pharaoh cursed for his heresy towards the old gods. It is 1352, and Amenhotep IV has inherited the powerful and wealthy kingdom from his father. He views religion differently than his sire. Amenhotep IV carries his father's interest in the sun god Aten further, in a move that disempowers the priests of Egypt and creates a monotheistic nation. Amenhotep IV renames himself Akhenaten for living spirit of the Aten, and outlaws the worship of all gods, particularly Amon-Ra, the long-standing king of the gods. Akhenaten orders the construction of a new capital city, Amarna, in Aten's honor. He forces a mass exodus of 20,000 people to travel 200 miles from the former capital of Thebes. In 1340, at a celebration to honor Aten, Akhenaten is about to experience the wrath of the gods. During the festivities, his wife, Nefertiti, dies. Then an elder queen, and finally, one of Akhenaten's 6 daughters follow. In retaliation, he has his soldiers strike Amon-Ra's name from temple walls and records. By the time Akhenaten dies in 1336, Egypt is on the verge of social and political collapse. His once loyal followers rush back to Thebes and leave Amarna empty. But Amon-Ra is about to prove his power as he curses the pharaoh to wander his former kingdom for all time. And it is said that the ghost of disgraced pharaoh Akhenaten still haunts the sands of Egypt. One of the earliest recorded ghost stories comes from the days of the Roman Empire, as Pliny the Younger, in 1st century AD, tells of a haunted villa in Athens. Lodgers are continually frightened away by the specter of an old man. Emaciated and with a long beard and hair, he rattles chains on his feet, terrifying all who see him. And so it comes that the philosopher Athenodorus decides to lodge at this now abandoned house, curious of the truth behind this phantom. As he leans over his work that night, he hears a rattle of the chains. Athenodorus stays focused on his work and signals to the ghost to not disturb him. Yet the ghost rattles his chains over Athenodorus's head and beckons once more. The philosopher takes his lamp and follows. The ghost, dragged by his own chains, walks to the courtyard and disappears. Athenodorus marks the spot with a pile of leaves and twigs, and, the next day, has the magistrate dig. They discover something chilling, a long-buried skeleton wrapped in chains. The corpse is given a proper burial, and the house is haunted no more. An early significant tome on the specters, shades, and remnants of the dead is written by Swiss theologian Ludwig Lavater in 1569. This work, translated in full, is titled Of Ghosts and Spirits Walking by Night, and of Strange Noises, Cracks, and Sundry Forewarnings, which commonly happen before the death of men, great slaughters, and alterations of kingdoms. It documents hauntings and spirits from medieval times, something that has a presence in the work of our next writer, who uses spirits to great effect in his plays. His name is William Shakespeare. His works immortalized on stage and in the hearts of the world, William Shakespeare uses both fantasy and the supernatural to define the characters in his plays. He makes two major contributions to the world of ghosts and phantoms, with both Macbeth and Hamlet. Born in April of 1564, William Shakespeare is well established as managing partner of the Lord Chamberlain's Men by the 1590s. His plays are admired by theatergoers throughout England, thanks in part to his ability to appeal to all levels through his wide spectrum of characters. Where his earlier plays are historical and comic, he establishes himself as master of the tragedy with plays such as Hamlet, Macbeth, King Lear, and Othello. Generals Macbeth and Banquo encounter three witches who predict Macbeth's rise to the throne. First, the power-hungry Macbeth and his wife murder the good King Duncan to position himself as the new king of Scotland. Then they have Banquo killed as a precaution. Banquo, however, won't stay dead. His ghost returns to take Macbeth's seat at the banquet table. Was Banquo intended to be a real ghost or a figment of Macbeth's guilt-ridden imagination? The most chilling of Shakespeare's ghosts appears to more than one character. In Hamlet, the Danish prince's father is murdered by his mother and appears after death to two royal guards. It is when his son waits for him one night that he finally meets the specter. The ghost returns to exact revenge against his murderous brother Claudius and sets the play in motion. Both Banquo and Hamlet's ghosts are used for narrative effect in a larger story, a psychological effect that gives an eeriness to Shakespeare's work. Something grounded in the reality of psychology, yet also otherworldly. While the ghost takes root in Europe and the rest of the world, the young country of the United States of America, ravaged by a revolutionary war against the British, becomes a haven for the wandering specters of the dead. As the war reaches its bloody conclusion by 1783, British ships still in Boston Harbor are fired upon by Americans. Newlyweds William and Mary Burton are on a ship that is bombarded. Mortally wounded by a cannonball hit, the dying Mary makes William promise to bury her on land. The heartbroken William is allowed to land on Long Island with the remains of his wife sewn into her favorite red blanket. She is quickly buried in the dunes with nothing more than a piece of driftwood as a marker. William pays his last respects in a strange land and vows to return and carry her back to England. For some unknown reason, he never does. Nearly 20 years later, in 1804, a small group of fishermen wreck on the island at night. As they gather their bearings, a wailing sound comes forth on the wind. A figure in a red cloak materializes and drifts towards them. As she nears, they notice blood gushing forth from her head wound. She disappears over a hill and leaves a chill in her wake. In 1891, a soldier at the newly constructed Fort Strong also encounters the ghost of Mary Burton, her macabre appearance shaking him to the core. Like the Revolutionary War, the Civil War also creates its own share of ghosts. February 20th, 1864, marks the Battle of Olustee, where Federal and Confederate armies clash in Olustee, Florida. It is the only major Civil War battle in the state. Private John Rowley shoots Private Jerome Dupuy, both of the 7th Connecticut Infantry, in the back of the head, killing him. Accidents such as these are common on the battlefields of the Civil War, and it is assumed by the company's commander, Captain Benjamin Skinner, that this is just the case. But the scuttlebutt circulating amongst the soldiers tells a different story, that Dupuy was murdered as a result of his own private war with Rowley. It is so widespread that Rowley is arrested on suspicion. Rowley, haggard and tired, does not sleep in his cell. Finally, he calls the guard over. He is ready to confess to the intentional murder of Dupuy. Before the Battle of Olustee, the two men had fought, with it ending with Dupuy cutting Rowley with his knife. Rowley would not let it go and murdered Dupuy on the field in vengeance. He thought their feud was settled then and there amongst the other dead of Olustee. He was wrong. Rowley's statement, as published in the Danbury Jeffersonian, May 1864.
I swore if I ever got a chance, I'd kill him. I had one at Olustee and I killed him. Nor is he the only man I have killed or caused to die. I cut out the entrails of a sailor on the gunboat since the war began. And I killed by stabbing a man in New York, which caused me to leave my family and go as a substitute for a draft man last fall. But the ghost of Dupuy is the only one that ever troubled me. Since the battle, I have dreaded nights, for they are horrible nights. When on picket duty, I always see Dupuy standing a little ways in front, his face full of blood and the bullet hole in his forehead. At night, in my dreams, he stands at the entrance. I awake. He is there, pale and bloody, but vanishes as soon as I see him. I could not keep this horrible crime a secret any longer.
Dupuy is hanged on September 3rd, 1864, in Petersburg, Virginia. Rowley is never seen or heard from again. The most famous ghost story from America's early days is the Bell Witch. This real-life haunting has grown into a legend that even encompasses an American president. It is 1817 when John Bell, a successful Tennessee farmer, encounters an odd animal in his fields. It has a dog's body with a rabbit's head. He fires on it, and it disappears. That night, the true terror begins. At first, there are knocking sounds on the outside of the house, but it soon changes into a gnawing, as if it were from a rat on the children's bedposts. It is followed by even more disturbing noises, as of someone gagging, that last until about 1 a.m. Then, the noise of chains dragging and rocks falling on the floor. And things become suddenly violent. One of the Belle's son's hair is twisted and pulled so hard it yanks him up from the bed. It then spares him and starts on teenage daughter Betsy. The Belle Witch will target her from that night forward and make her the subject of its myriad cruelties. A neighbor, James Johnston, witnesses the trouble during an overnight stay and urges Mr. Bell to seek help. Then, the entity begins speaking.
I am a spirit. I was once very happy, but have been disturbed.
The witch, as they call her, gains the name Kate. She offers predictions and advice to any who will ask her. One such visitor is Andrew Jackson in 1819, just years after his victory in the Battle of New Orleans during the War of 1812. As the wagon bearing Jackson heads towards the Bell farm, the horses strain to go further. Jackson calls out that it must be the witch, and the witch responds. She will let them proceed and promises to see them later that night. Jackson's men are pensive as they wait for Kate to show herself. One pulls his gun and claims to have it loaded with a silver bullet made to destroy any evil spirit. He is flung about in the air, kicked by an unseen force, and pushed out the door. Jackson insists on staying. What happens, and whether Jackson's visit actually had happened at all, is unknown. The family continues to fall apart. Betsy is later forced to break off her engagement to a young man Kate disapproves of, as the witch taunts them wherever they go. John Bell does not fare as well. He begins experiencing twitching in his facial muscles and has trouble swallowing. This becomes seizures that leave him bedridden. Kate vows to let old Jack Bell die. On December 20th, 1820, John Bell breathes his last. A vial of liquid is found and tested on the family cat, who instantly falls dead. Kate's voice emanates as she takes credit for murdering John Bell. The Bell Witch has won. Was the Bell Witch real? And if so, how much of the story was actually true? We may never know. In 1860, First Lady Mary Todd Lincoln holds seances in the White House in the hopes of reaching her dead sons. Through the use of a psychic medium, a seance is a method of reaching the ghosts flitting throughout the material world. On April 14th, 1865, John Wilkes Booth fires a .44 caliber shot into the back of the president's head. At 7:22 the next morning, Abraham Lincoln dies. Mere days before, the president foresaw his own death in a dream. But that is not the end for President Lincoln. British Prime Minister Winston Churchill, having just taken an evening bath and with nothing more than a cigar and glass of scotch on his entire person, he sees Lincoln's specter leaning on the bedroom fireplace. They look at one another, and the president disappears. There are more reports over the decades, primarily in the Lincoln bedroom, of footsteps and a rapping on the door. Perhaps it's the president's own refusal to go away, as quoted by him while an Illinois lawyer. where Lincoln has a premonition of his death.
There seemed to be a death-like stillness about me. Then I heard subdued sobs as if a number of people were weeping. I thought I left my bed and wandered downstairs. There the silence was broken by the same pitiful sobbing, but the mourners were invisible. I went from room to room. No living person was in sight. The same mournful sounds of distress met me as I passed along. It was light in all the rooms. Every object was familiar to me. But where were all the people who were grieving as if their hearts would break? I was puzzled and alarmed. What could be the meaning of all this? Determined to find the cause of a state of things so mysterious and so shocking, I kept on until I arrived at the east room, which I entered. There I met with a sickening surprise. Before me was a catafalque on which rested a corpse, wrapped in funeral vestments. Around it were stationed soldiers who were acting as guards, and there was a throng of people, some gazing mournfully upon the corpse, whose face was covered, others weeping pitifully. "Who is dead in the White House?" I demanded of one of the soldiers. "The president," was his answer. "He was killed by an assassin." Then came a loud burst of grief from the crowd, which awoke me from my dream.
Poet Percy Bysshe Shelley foresees his own in 1822. Shelley, his wife Mary, and some friends are staying at a beach house. One day, on the terrace, Shelley sees his doppelganger, an exact double. It asks, "How long do you mean to be content?" Shelley's friend, Jane Williams, sees Percy walk past the terrace window twice, mere seconds apart. At the time, Percy Bysshe Shelley is on a walk some distance away. Before leaving to ride on his new boat, Ariel, Shelley leaves one written line, unfinished, on his desk. "Then, what is life?" I cried. The Ariel is caught in a storm, and the bodies of Shelley and his friend Edward Williams wash ashore. They are buried on the beach of Livorno, Italy, but soon dug up and cremated on the beach in a ceremony overseen by Lord Byron, John Trelawney, and Leigh Hunt. Percy's heart refuses to burn. Preserving it in wine, Mary Shelley keeps it in her desk, where it stays until her own death. Another member of the Lake Geneva party makes his own spectral appearance. On November 25th, 1865, William Rossetti holds a seance where he contacts the spirit of his uncle, John Polidori, writer of The Vampire. William apparently gets the truth behind Polidori's death.
I had made contact with my uncle and asked how it was that he truly died. He replied he had killed himself. As our conversation continued, I went on to ask if he was happy. He replied, "Not exactly."
The headless horseman figure rides through folklore as far back as the Green Knight from the Arthurian legend, named after the nation's father. The story is the legend of Sleepy Hollow. The writer is Washington Irving. Washington Irving is born in New York City on April 3rd, 1783. The American Revolution has just ended, and his parents name him after the war's greatest hero, George Washington. Irving's pursuit of a law degree results in his barely passing the bar in 1806, yet he finds more success with his humorous essays. In 1809, he publishes the satirical A History of New York, under the pen name of Diedrich Knickerbocker. Within his anthology book, The Sketchbook, under the nom de guerre of Geoffrey Crayon, is a short story that makes a name for Irving. It introduces a fearful specter that becomes a staple in American folklore. It's the legend of Sleepy Hollow. A schoolteacher named Ichabod Crane learns of the apparent ghost of his upstate New York village. Then, one night, Ichabod Crane encounters the Headless Horseman. Did Crane encounter the true Headless Horseman? Or was it all a ruse by a rival suitor? Crane disappears. Only his hat and a shattered pumpkin left in his place. Washington Irving manages to introduce an iconic, terrifying vision into the American ghost story.
As a kid, I always loved the Washington Irving story, The Legend of Sleepy Hollow. Going into being a teenager, we actually moved to Sleepy Hollow Lane in California, not the one in New York. And we had a giant stained glass of the Horseman in the front of our house, which was an amazing figure. You know, this giant black horse with red eyes, and this headless rider on top, rearing up with the moon in the background and the trees, and it's just synonymous with Halloween and you know, walking alone at night and the sort of urban legends and stories and campfire tales that abound at that time of year. One of the things that I always liked about the Headless Horseman, especially like in the cartoons and how he's depicted in films, is the character of Ichabod Crane as a big geek, you know, because I think I felt like I was a big geek. And, you know, this sort of awkward, too tall, eats a lot, but somehow, really, you know, book smart. And I think that there weren't a lot of characters in stories, in adventure stories that sort of fit that description. In a certain cartoon, when I was a kid, the character of Ichabod Crane was I thought was sort of romanticized. Looking back on it now, Ichabod's kind of a jerk. And really, Brom Bones, even though I saw him as a big bully, the story kind of favors Brom Bones a bit, to where you kind of realize that this is like a Popeye cartoon in which Bluto finally wins, you know, where he doesn't like the fact that they both like the same girl. He dresses up as the Horseman, and he scares the living daylights out of this poor geek and runs him out of town. But what's funny is, like I said, as a kid, I really sort of saw it as Ichabod being very sympathetic. But the way he's portrayed in the Disney film is actually kind of not very flattering. He's really kind of, this is not a Revenge of the Nerds kind of story. This is just kind of, you know, we're really not supposed to like him that much, so it's okay that the Headless Horseman scares the daylights out of him, you know, and the big broad-shouldered jock wins the day, you know. It's actually kind of disgusting.
But what of the English ghost story? Author Charles Dickens pens an immortal tale that transcends being a holiday tradition and becomes legend the world over. Born in 1812, Dickens' family is plunged into poverty in the 1820s when his father is imprisoned for debt, forcing Charles to work in a blacking factory at age 12. Despite his dark beginnings, Charles grows to become a journalist and, from there, one of history's greatest literary figures. Dickens is inspired by Irving's own writing about the Christmas holiday in The Sketchbook. According to the author,
I do not go to bed 2 nights out of 7 without taking Washington Irving under my arm upstairs to bed with me.
Dickens starts his ultimate tale about Christmas and the spirit of man in September 1843 and finishes it a mere 6 weeks later. This immortal work follows the transformation of a miser, Ebenezer Scrooge, after he is visited by 4 ghosts, the first of whom he knew in life.
The same face, the very same. Marley in his pigtail, usual waistcoat, tights and boots, the tassels on the latter bristling like his pigtail, and his coat skirts and the hair upon his head. The chain he drew was clasped around his middle. It was long and wound about him like a tail, and it was made, for Scrooge observed it closely, of cash boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, deeds, and heavy purses wrought in steel. His body was transparent, so that Scrooge, observing him and looking through his waistcoat, could see the 2 buttons on his coat behind.
The 3 ghosts that follow, the ghosts of Christmas past, present, and future, use their supernatural influence to show Scrooge the error of his ways and what awaits him in death. A Christmas Carol is published on December 19th and sells out of the 6,000 copy print run by Christmas Eve. Just years prior to Dickens writing A Christmas Carol, one of his friends and contemporaries experiences a real-life spectral encounter. An accomplished British Royal Navy officer, Captain Frederick Marryat, had been writing tales based on his nautical experiences. Once, when docked, he received a visit from his brother, who had come to report his own death. But his next spectral encounter is far more chilling. In 1836, friends of Marryat's are told by guests that their house is haunted by a woman in a brown dress, the same one painted in an old portrait. The specter is first sighted the year before, during Christmas. Marryat promises to stay in the haunted chamber, hoping to discover the truth. On the 3rd night of his stay, Marryat accompanies 2 of the baronet's nephews. He almost forgets to bring his pistol with him, in case they sight the brown lady. As the trio walk down the darkened halls, someone carrying a lamp approaches. Modest, from being just in shirt sleeves and slacks, Marryat has them drop back behind a door. He sees something he never bargains for: the brown lady. The bullets pass through. The brown lady is undoubtedly real. But who was she? Legend points to a lady, Dorothy Walpole, who was married to Charles Townshend at Raynham. When Townshend found out she'd been having an affair, he angrily keeps her locked in her rooms until her death in 1726 by smallpox. She is sighted again in 1926, and then in 1936.
In the late 1800s, early 1900s, there was a great spiritualist movement both in the British Isles and in the United States. It included a lot of seances and mediums talking to ghosts, and it was very common for people to fake ghost photographs. If you really want to see a ghost, you'll see one everywhere. So some of these things, as bad as they look to us, especially modern eye, that's used to seeing and processing images like that, then we know they're fake, but a lot of people didn't. Well, the thing about the brown lady photograph is it really looks very, very convincing. The actual photograph of the brown lady was taken in September, but it was published in England in a magazine called Country Life, which was very popular, but mostly it was a look at these manor houses, but there was a lot of other content, including fictional content. And it appeared in the December 26th issue, 1936. This is traditionally the time around Christmas that ghost stories are most popular in the British Isles. So it was really, really good timing. But what happened next was it got sold to Life magazine for a republishing in the January 4 issue, which was 1937. It had a big picture of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and
he was getting ready to run for his second term, and that was the biggest news in the country. So they had a subscription rate around 600,000, I think, at that time, which meant that many people who were getting the magazine or just sitting in barbershops were going to read that because they wanted to see what was going on. And so at least hundreds of thousands, and maybe even over time millions of Americans saw that picture. And at the time, it was probably as convincing a ghost picture that had ever been made.
The Brown Lady was also seen in the 1960s, but apparently not since. But that doesn't mean she does not still haunt Raynham Hall.
Whether or not Poe believed in spiritualism, whether or not he was ridiculing spiritualism, he helped popularize it. And he became intimately associated with the movement at an early date. Poe extended also to the pseudosciences of the day, including phrenology, which was the belief that people's behavior influenced the shape of their skull. Therefore, you could tell something about someone's character based on the shape of their skull. And there's also another science where science and mysticism met. It was mesmerism. And Franz Mesmer had developed this theory that all matter was connected by magnetic forces. So he developed animal magnetism and tried to exploit those forces to put people into trances so they could read their mind or heal their bodies or even control their minds. And people in Poe's time had developed mesmerism for stage shows. There's a fellow, Andrew Jackson Davis, who would go on stage and go into a mesmeric trance in order to communicate with the spirits of the dead. And he famously predicted that in 1848 an upheaval would take place that would change the world as we knew it. And of course in 1848, that was when the Fox sisters in New York started hearing rapping noises, and they said it was the spirits of the dead communicating with them. And eventually they went on stage and gave seances communicating with the dead. This was the birth of the modern spiritualist movement. There was also an influence of Swedenborg, who believed in communication with spirits from other worlds. So Poe couldn't just ignore this. He had to write about this. He wrote stories like Mesmeric Revelation and The Facts in the Case of M. Valdemar. And in The Facts of the Case of M. Valdemar, Poe portrayed his story as if it were a news article. He had just recently convinced the city of New York that someone had crossed the ocean in a hot air balloon. Everybody rushed out and bought the New York Sun to learn all about it until they figured out he'd made the whole thing up. But with The Facts in the Case of M. Valdemar, there's a group of scientists who are tasked with mesmerizing a man just at the moment of death to keep his mind alive after his body was dead. This way they could communicate with him after his death, and an ethereal voice would answer them from the other side. And after they kept this man in his mesmeric state for several weeks, he finally asked them to just let him die. And they woke him up from a trance, and he dissolved into a pool of goo before their very eyes. The story is so realistic that it was thought to be true, and is reprinted in a medical journal in England. It was reprinted as a separate pamphlet in England, where the introduction says that everyone in America believes this is true, so it must be true. And the spiritualists also believe people were writing Poe letters. And even after he told everyone it was a hoax, they kept writing him saying it really was true, wasn't it? This wasn't really a hoax. And one fellow even wrote to him, said that he's attempted a similar experiment with a man who'd passed out drunk, and he was able to revive him using mesmerism.
Another British haunting, this one fictitious and far more humorous, comes from the author Oscar Wilde. Oscar Fingal O'Flaherty Wills Wilde is an Irish writer born in 1854. Known for his involvement in the aestheticism movement, as well as his rapier wit, Wilde writes only one novel, The Picture of Dorian Gray, in 1890, about a young man whose portrait changes to reflect his own vices. While writing the short story The Canterville Ghost in 1896, to be published in 1897, Wilde's play The Importance of Being Earnest is still a raging success on the British stage. The Canterville Ghost follows the failed hauntings of a medieval English ghost when faced with an American family.
My dear sir, I really must insist on you oiling those chains. I brought you for that purpose a bottle of Tamasee Rising Sun lubricator. It is said to be completely efficacious upon one application, and there are several testimonials to that effect on the wrapper from some of our most eminent native divines. I shall leave it here for you by the bed candles, and will be happy to supply you with more, should you require it.
Yes, his ghost story, if you can call it that, the Canterville Ghost, I think one of the things that makes it so lovely and so readable and so funny is that he brings there the trappings of the Gothic, the chains jangling in the closet at night, the mysterious haunted house. Brings it up, bang up against modern materialism, embodied in the form of a family of Americans. Wilde was deeply enamored of America. As you probably know, he spent a whole year here when he was a young man, lecturing, doing a series of lectures on art, on traditions in art and the importance of art in the home. A series of lectures around the country, but more importantly than those lectures, on beautifying America and beautifying American homes. He was just performing the role of Oscar Wilde, being himself, playing it up to the hilt, dressed up to the hilt, and he became really one of the very first modern celebrities. There was a huge media circus following him through this through America for an entire year. But of course he was hugely warmly embraced in the course of this year, and he found America to be a much more liberated, open-minded society. People, particularly women, much more in control of their own destinies. He always admired its modernity and its liberality, and I think maybe even created in his own mind the idea that America was a kind of paradise. The Canterville Ghost, it's a very, very funny story. The American ambassador and his family, who are resident in the UK, but they're complete materialists. They believe there's a rational, material explanation for everything. If there are bloodstains on the carpet, let's get stain remover to remove them. They don't worry where those bloodstains have come from. And of course, as I say, this complete collision between modern American rationality and consumerism on the one hand, and old British antiquated Gothic traditions on the other.
One person who was unable to contact a loved one beyond the grave is Harry Houdini. Grieving for the loss of his mother in 1920, the world-famous magician and escape artist contacts several mediums in the hope of talking with her again. Instead, he finds many of them to be charlatans and frauds, and makes a second career of exposing them. Houdini goes so far as to attend seances in disguise in his vendetta against mediums. Houdini's mission even cost him the friendship of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, writer of Sherlock Holmes, and himself a believer in spiritualism. When Harry Houdini dies in 1926, he leaves his wife to fulfill a promise to him to try and reach him through a medium with secret signal words known only to them as the evidence that she would need. For 10 years, Bess Houdini holds a Houdini seance every Halloween night, finally giving up in 1936.
There was a lady, Sarah Helen Whitman, a poet in Providence, Rhode Island. And after Poe's wife's death, she heard about Poe's mesmeric experiences, and she was very interested in Poe. She'd read about him, she'd read his poetry, she wanted to meet him. And today, if you're meeting some of you, might look them up online, you might Google them, but she wrote letters to people that Poe knew. She wrote letters to ladies who were associated with him, and one of them wrote back to her that Poe had great mesmeric experiences and he knew great many uncanny things. So definitely Sarah Helen Whitman had to meet him, had to learn about his mesmeric experiences. So when Poe met this great spiritualist, they first met because she'd sent him fan mail. She'd addressed a poem to him, to Edgar Poe, a Valentine's poem, in which she said she wanted to fly away with the raven to his nest up in the sky. So naturally, when he met her, they took a long walk through a cemetery together, and he proposed to her among the tombstones. But her mother threatened to disinherit her, cut off without a cent if she married Poe, so she had to turn him down. He was so distraught that he attempted suicide by overdosing on laudanum. But he recovered, and 10 days later, she agreed to marry him on the condition that if you ever touch alcohol again, the wedding's off. So their engagement lasted 1 month. And she cut it off. She said she could never see him again. And a year later, he dies. At this point, she said that she heard knockings in her room. Whenever she would ask a mental question, she would hear these strange noises in the room, and she thought it was Poe's spirit trying to communicate with her. So she hired a medium to move into her house with her for 6 months to help her communicate with Poe's spirit. After that, she became a medium herself and held several seances trying to communicate with Poe, trying to find out what kind of messages he had for her from the beyond. And only a few months after his death, some of his acquaintances in New York, including Horace Greeley, a newspaper editor, and Rufus W. Griswold, Poe's literary executor and editor, held a seance. And they brought in the Fox sisters who'd given birth to the movement. And it's tempting to think they might have helped try to communicate with Poe's spirit on Griswold's behalf. But exactly what they spoke about that seance isn't known, but Greeley and Griswold came away as unbelievers, although Griswold apparently did develop a crush on one of the Fox sisters, and he took her autograph album and wouldn't give it back until one of her friends wrote to him asking him to please kindly return the autograph album.
In Chicago, Illinois, in 1939, Jerry Pallas meets a girl at the Liberty Grove Dance Hall. They dance and even kiss. When Jerry offers to drive her home, chances are he wasn't expecting what happened next. Driving along Archer Avenue, she has him stop in front of Resurrection Cemetery, where she quickly exits, telling him that he can't follow her where she has to go. The girl disappears while darting to the cemetery gates. Her name is Resurrection Mary, and she is believed to be the ghost of Anna Maria Norkus, who was killed in an auto accident in 1927. She was only 12 years old. Resurrection Mary could also have been Marie Bergovi, 21, who died in an auto accident in 1934. No one knows for sure. Another legend is that she had been walking home after a fight with her boyfriend at a local dance hall when she's killed by hit and run. Whoever she was in life, Resurrection Mary is Chicago's most famous ghost, with several sightings of her recorded over the decades. Bob Main, a manager at Harlow's nightclub, sees her twice at the club, next to the dance floor, pirouetting by herself. When people try to talk to Mary, she shakes her head and seemingly looks through everyone. In 1979, cab driver Ralph spots this lone girl standing outside of a local shopping center on a cold night. Mary lets herself into the passenger seat, and as Ralph asks if she's okay, she only replies, "The snow came early this year," and gazes outside the window at the fallen snow. She yells for him to stop, and when he brakes, points across Ralph to a small shack across from Resurrection Cemetery, and disappears. The car door never opens. Sightings of Resurrection Mary continue throughout the 1970s and 80s. Once, she appears trapped in the cemetery. Drivers drive right through her, standing in the middle of the road, and some even hit her. But her body disappears shortly after, leaving an imprint where she had lain across the road. What happens to us when we die? The presence of ghosts in our world remind us what an unknown the afterlife truly is to we mortals. So be sure to keep your ears peeled for a creak, or a groan, or if you see a luminescence coming down the hallway. Run and hope that if it does catch up to you, it isn't vengeful. And be assured that as horrific as the spirits of the dead are, the demons that we will meet next are the most dangerous of the monsters among us. What is the source of evil? The hearts and blackened souls of men? The devil, Mephistopheles, Satan, Beelzebub, and his army of demons have held mankind in their grasp for thousands of years. Tonight, we look at the instances where this extreme evil has risen from the fiery domain of hell to become a member of the monsters among us. In 1486, a Catholic clergyman, Heinrich Kramer, writes the Malleus Maleficarum, a tome on demonology and witchcraft.
There is in them a natural madness, a wanton fantasy, as is seen in their spiritual sins of pride, envy, and wrath. For this reason, they are the enemies of the human race, rational in mind, but reasoning without words. Subtle in weaknesses, eager to hurt, ever fertile in fresh deceptions, they change the perceptions and befoul the emotions of men. They confound the watchful, and in dreams disturb the sleeping. They bring diseases, stir up tempests, disguise themselves as angels of light, bear hell always about them. From witches, they usurp to themselves the worship of God, and by this means magic spells are made. They seek to get a mastery over the good, and molest them to the most of their powers. To the elect they are given as temptation, and always they lie in wait for the destruction of men.
Demons are more than an extension of Satan himself. They are his agents in the spiritual world and on earth, forever tempting us to evil and the darkness. Though they weren't always evil. The ancient Greeks had their daemon, benevolent spirits who assist the living, akin to the guardian angels of Christianity. Around 8th century BC, Hesiod writes of them as kindly, haunting earth guardians of mortal men, who, I ween, watch the decisions of justice. And they counted 30,000 in the ranks of man. These daemon serve man after living as noble, good-willed men themselves. The daemons also serve specific gods. A duality is formed by the Hellenistic Greeks, who split daemons into dualistic categories. Agathodaimon for good, and kakodaimon for bad. Mythological figures often combine the characteristics of men with animals, in such creatures as the Minotaur or the playful satyrs of Greek myth. With cloven hooves, horns, and the lower body of goats, the satyr resembles the Christian notion of a demon. The term daemon in the New Testament of the Bible is misconstrued as the decidedly evil demon. In the book of Genesis, God creates the world in 6 days, ending it with the creation of man and woman who live in the paradise of Eden. Adam and Eve are forbidden to eat from the tree of knowledge. A serpent tempts Eve with an apple from the tree, which she and Adam eat. As a result of going against God's wishes, they are expelled from Eden. Later, their son Cain murders his brother Abel, and, as the first murderer, he is cursed by God to wander the earth. Some Jewish texts view Cain's evil as not coming from man, but from Eve's mating with either the serpent from the garden or the devil itself. In the Hebrew Bible, Adam is granted a wife before Eve, named Lilith, who is cast out of Eden after refusing to be subservient. A Kabbalistic approach to Lilith is as a succubus, or a demon who mates with men. Lilith mates with man to create half-human demon hybrids, seducing him as he dreams. When there is a war in heaven, one of God's brightest angels, Lucifer, leads a rebellion. He and his followers are soon cast out by God. Over time, Lucifer, Satan, and Beelzebub all become general names for the devil, God's counterpart in the kingdom of hell. He rules over tortured souls in an afterlife of torture with his own demon army. When Italian poet Dante Alighieri writes his allegorical Inferno, it is just as much a criticism of Italy's political past as an epic poem. Inferno follows Dante's tour of the 9 circles of hell as he is led by the ghost of the Roman poet, Virgil. It is in the 9th and final ring that Dante and Virgil encounter the king of hell. He is a king trapped by his own kingdom. Upon his fall from heaven, He lands and is encased in ice up to his chest. This Satan is three-headed, with each mouth devouring a legendary traitor. Judas, who betrayed Christ, Caius Cassius, and Marcus Brutus, both of whom betrayed and murdered Julius Caesar. There lives a German alchemist in the 1500s, one whose name will go down in infamy alongside that of the devil. His name is Johann Georg Faust. The first documentation of his name is in a letter from an abbot to an astronomer on August 20th, 1507.
The man of whom you wrote to me, who has dared to call himself the prince of necromancers, is a vagabond, vain dabbler, and vagrant, who deserves to be chastised, that he may not henceforth venture to publicly profess principles odious and contrary to the Holy Church. He is reported to have said, in the presence of several bystanders, that the miracles of our Savior Christ were not to be wondered at, as he could perform the same miracles when and wherever he pleased.
While it is impossible to know the full facts behind the life of Faust, he is regularly referred to in letters in a less than favorable light. Theologian Johann Gast.
He led about with him a dog and a horse, devils in my opinion, who were ready to obey his orders. Certain persons assured me the dog sometimes took the form of a servant and brought him his food.
Faust dies in 1540. Gast blames it on an encounter with the devil himself at the inn where the alchemist stayed.
The wretched man had a sad end, for the devil strangled him, and his corpse, though placed 5 times on the back, always turned over again with the face downward.
Faust's legend is cemented decades later when, in 1587, an anonymous author pens the small book Historia von die Johann Fausten, apparently called From Faust's Own Papers. Historia reveals that Faust, enchanted by the occult, sought the devil. Faust goes to a crossroads in the forest of Spessarwald near Wittenberg. He draws circles in the ground beneath him with his staff, and between 9 and 10 o'clock conjures the devil. There is a storm, but Faustus stays strong. Then a dragon hovers above him, and fire descends from the sky. All of these things Faustus endures. By midnight, a devil appears in the form of a gray friar, and Faustus commands him to return to him the next morning. Eventually, a deal is struck with the devil, Mephistopheles. Faustus will receive unlimited power under the conditions that
I do promise him in return that when I be fully sated of that which I desire of him, 24 years also being past, ended, and expired, he may at such a time, and in whatever manner or vice pleases him, order, ordain, reign, rule, and possess all that may be mine, body, property, flesh, blood, etc., herewith duly bound over in eternity, and surrendered by covenant in mine own hand, by authority and power of these presents, as well as of my brain, intent, blood, and will. I now defy all living beings, all the heavenly host, and all mankind, and this must be. In confirmation and contract whereof, I have drawn out my own blood for certification in lieu of a seal.
24 years later, Faustus pleads with God to forgive him and save him from the devil. After midnight, a storm comes, centered only on the inn of Faustus and his students. A hideous music and weak and hollow cries emanate from Faustus's quarters. The next morning, his students discover something far more terrifying than earlier reports. Blood covers the parlor. Bits of brain cling to the walls where the devil had dashed his head. Faustus's eyes lay separate and unseeing on the floor, and his teeth are broken from his jaw. His head and limbs, when they find them, still twitch. Reports soon abound of Faustus's ghost haunting the inn, walking the halls, and peering out of windows. In 1604, English dramatist Christopher Marlowe adapts the Faust legend as his play, The Tragical History of the Life and Death of Dr. Faustus. Marlowe's Faust makes a deal with Lucifer through his servant, Mephistopheles. There exist two versions, one in which his friends find only his clothes laying about, and another where Faustus is carried off by demons, his fate waiting off stage for him. Marlowe's play may not have been huge in England, but it is a hit when it arrives in Germany. In the 1700s, something unusual happens. It becomes a puppet play. The next version of the Faust legend comes from German writer Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. He is only 23 in 1772, having just finished university, when he is first inspired to translate the tale. For him, Faust is a staple of his childhood, acted out by marionettes. Returning to Frankfurt, Goethe pens his first drama, Götz von Berlichingen, and his short novel, The Sorrows of Young Werther. Both cement him as a literary figure in the making. He begins writing Faust, Part 1. It proves to be only an early version, now known as Faust. In 1794, he muses on his abandoned project.
I cannot make up my mind to untie the packet in which it is imprisoned. I could not copy without working it out, and I have no courage for that.
3 years later, Goethe revisits Faust, Part 1, and completes it in 1808. He later seals up the finished Part 2 and decrees that none shall read it until his own eyes are closed. Forever. Goethe dies on March 22nd, 1832. His two-part Faust lives on, released posthumously. Faust Part 1 focuses on Faust's thirst for knowledge, that only magic surpasses the limitations of academia, and his downfall in pursuing the arcane through his deal with Mephistopheles. Unlike the real-life Johann Faust, Goethe's Heinrich Faust is able to redeem himself and escapes the devil's grasp to ascend to heaven.
Heavy metal and demon mythology work together like chocolate and peanut butter. The heavy metal genre is constantly having to up the ante to keep their fans happy with louder guitars, faster drums, and heavier riffs. They also need to fill the songs with lyrics of horror and darkness to keep the fans happy. So naturally, dipping into stories of subjects like Asmodeus, Faust, and Lilith would just make sense. So bands like Deicide, Morbid Angel, and Absu have definitely been telling these stories of blood and horror for as long as they've had a career going. Heavy metal definitely is music for teenagers and adolescents, and that time there's a lot of push and pull between the young men, young women, and their parents. This chasm might be, let's say, widened by the influence of heavy metal. Good or bad, the black clothing and pagan iconography will definitely
cause a parent to fret about little Janie or Johnny's whereabouts on a Friday night when they're going to the Deicide concert. And if they bother to look at the lyrics inside the album, they might just realize that they're looking at tales straight out of the Bible. A lot of people like to believe that the devil himself helps these bands pen their songs. Well, that might not be true. They definitely use a lot of the devil's work as source materials.
If the devil is one with many names, his demons are plenty, and as such have their own classifications. Perhaps most chilling are the incubi and succubi, demons that mate with humans while they sleep. Are incubi and succubi real? There are some accounts that dictate so. The Hollinshead Chronicles of 1577 tells of a Scottish ship caught in a violent storm. A female passenger, fearing herself the cause, confesses to an affair with an incubus. To save the ship, she says, she needs to be thrown overboard. As a shipboard's priest performs an exorcism, which is a rite to cleanse the ship of evil influence, the demon issues forth from the ship's pump. The incubus is described as a foul and evil-flavored black cloud with a mighty, terrible noise, flame, smoke, and stink. It floats off over the sea, and the ship passes in calm. In De Nugis Curialium by Walter Mapp alleges that a relationship with a succubus cannot be entirely harmful, at least not in the case of Gerbert of Orelai. When Gerbert meets a beautiful young maiden, she offers him money, knowledge of magic, and sex, if he but only grants her his faith. Her name is Meridiana. After gaining a fortune through his relationship with her, Gerbert's name changes to Pope Sylvester II, a title he gains in 999. Discovering he's about to die, Pope Sylvester II confesses his sins and gains penance, forgiven for consorting with a demon. According to Ludovico Maria Sinastrari, an Italian Franciscan priest in the 1600s, the devil either possesses a corpse to fornicate with another, or creates a new body from whatever materials are at hand. Some claim that as a succubus, a demon collects semen from a male victim. Then, the demon undergoes a change into an incubus and impregnates a woman with the collected semen. In the Malleus Maleficarum, Heinrich Kramer reflects,
in the same way, they can also collect the seeds of other things for the working of their effects. In the begetting of such children, only the locomotion is to be attributed to devils, and not the actual begetting, which arises not from the power of the devil or of the body which he assumes, but from the virtue of him whose semen it was. Wherefore the child is the son not of the devil, but of some man.
But what are these children, born of a man's borrowed seed, cultivated by a demon? They are known as cambion. Born of an incubus and succubus, lacking a breath or pulse until they reach 7 years of age. One legendary cambion is Merlin, the wizard of Arthurian legend, himself the product of a mortal and an incubus. Another is the monstrous Caliban, the creature in Shakespeare's final play, The Tempest. He comes from the union of a witch and demon, and is shackled by the sorcerer Prospero for his disobedience. One of the most enigmatic and terrifying cambions, lives in the woods of New Jersey and starts life on a stormy night in 1735. A witch named Mother Leeds is pregnant with her 13th child, this one fathered by the devil himself. The newborn appears healthy and normal, but then changes before everyone's eyes. Cloven hooves, a goat's head, bat wings, and a forked tail. It becomes a devil. It screams and kills the midwife before making its way up the chimney and out into the night. 5 years later, this Jersey devil is banished for 100 years by men of faith. It returns in 1890. Livestock is killed, and this red-eyed creature is seen throughout the countryside. Strange footprints are found in the snow and mud. Is the Jersey devil real? Sightings continue to this day. If you hear a shriek in the woods at night, you may do best to run. An alleged demon that becomes a cultural phenomenon is the legend of Spring-Heeled Jack. It is 1837 in South London. Mary Stevens walks through Clapham Common when a figure leaps out from an alley. It grabs her, tears at her clothes, kisses her, and touches her with claws. His hands are clammy, as if it were a corpse. Then he disappears. The next night, this demonic figure jumps in front of a carriage. The coachman loses control and is injured. A 9-foot wall is no obstacle to this mysterious wraith, who jumps clear over it with a shrill laughter. The laugh of the ungodly. Even the Lord Mayor of London, Sir John Cowan, takes notice from an anonymous complaint. This strange man can allegedly change form and appear as a ghost, a bear, or even a devil. Then, on February 29th, 1838, the demon, now very well known as Spring-Heeled Jack, attacks 18-year-old Jane Alsop when she answers her front door. He spouts blue flame while tearing at her with his claws. He takes off when her family arrives. Spring-Heeled Jack captures the public's imagination, making him the star of penny dreadfuls and lurid news stories throughout London. What was Spring-Heeled Jack? A case of mass hysteria? Or an actual demon? We will never know. The devil helped a Victorian novelist outsell all of her peers. Ironically, Marie Corelli and her novel The Sorrows of Satan is virtually unknown today. Born in 1855, Marie Corelli was originally known as Mary Mackay, the illegitimate daughter of a Scottish poet and his servant. She arrives on London's literary scene with her 1866 novel, A Romance of Two Worlds. Her work was loved throughout England, outselling contemporaries Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, H.G. Wells, and Rudyard Kipling combined, and she was admired by everyone, from the royal family of England to Winston Churchill. Mary herself, unfortunately, was off-putting in real life. Marie's own homosexuality and her romance with her partner, Bertha Viver, undoubtedly further separated her from society. Yet her books continued to sell. Her novel Barabbas takes its own view of Christianity and the crucifixion, forcing her original publisher to reject it, claiming, "I fear the effect on the public mind." In following up the success of Barabbas, Corelli features none other than the devil himself in The Sorrows of Satan. It remains a lost and largely forgotten masterpiece. When poor and destitute writer Geoffrey Tempest inherits $5 million and makes the acquaintance of Prince Lucio Rimanes, he thinks a life of materialism and fame is all he needs. Lucio makes Tempest an offer, his friendship in exchange for exposure to society. It is obvious to all but the atheistic Tempest that Lucio is none other than Satan. Corelli not only creates sympathy for the devil, but presents a unique twist on the legend of his fall. That Satan is seeking his own redemption through man, and each man or woman who falls to his temptation takes him one step further from returning to heaven.
Lucio said, "And so I say again, the sorrows of Satan. Sorrows immeasurable as eternity itself. Imagine them, to be shut out of heaven, to hear all through the unending aeons the far-off voices of angels whom once he knew and loved, to be a wanderer among deserts of darkness, and to pine for the light celestial that was formerly as air and food to his being, and to know that man's folly, man's utter selfishness, man's cruelty keep him thus exiled, an outcast from pardon and peace. Man's nobleness may lift the lost spirit almost within reach of his lost joys, but man's vileness drags him down again. Easy was the torture of Sisyphus compared with the torture of Satan. No wonder that he loathes mankind. Small blame to him if he seeks to destroy the puny tribe eternally. Little marvel that he grudges them their share of immortality."
The Sorrows of Satan, like other successful novels, is adapted for the stage in 1896, much to the dismay of Corelli. Unofficial adaptations follow, even on Broadway in the United States. A British silent film is created in 1911, but is quickly squashed by Corelli. The 1917 adaptation, however, does get released. Another British production, licensed directly from the author, fails to materialize at the last minute. With Corelli's death in 1924, her estate is far more willing to part with the option on her work. Paramount taps legendary director D.W. Griffith to do a loyal adaptation of The Sorrows of Satan. It is to be his first film for the studio. Griffith grew up in squalor on a Kentucky farm. His father had been wounded while an officer in the Confederacy during the Civil War and died when D.W. was only 10. As D.W. comes of age in the late 1800s, it is into the advent of silent film. A job at Biograph as an actor, and then director, leads him to experiment with the new storytelling medium. This shines through in his 1915 epic, Birth of a Nation. The film, unfortunately, paints African Americans in an unfavorable light, as it follows the Civil War and subsequent birth of the Ku Klux Klan. It stands, however, as a technical achievement and cinema's first blockbuster feature-length film. He ironically follows this with intolerance, a plea for brotherhood amidst social strife. The Sorrows of Satan, however, is far from a statement for Griffith, and no more than an assignment from Paramount. The original intent of loyal adaptation of the novel is scrapped for a more truncated version. But given that, he creates an atmospheric mood piece. His keen eye on lighting and editing is complemented by the fine performance of Adolphe Menjou as the devil. It screens on October 12, 1926. The New York Times calls it marvelously beautiful. Other reviewers and ticket sales are not so generous. The failure of Sorrows of Satan to generate the desired box office leaves Paramount to drop Griffith. He fades into relative obscurity until his death in 1948. Not all demons have material form. In instances like this, they possess a human body as an unwitting vessel, dominating a person's soul while committing evil through their own flesh and blood. To remove this demon, a priest conducts an exorcism to expel the evil spirit. The ancient Babylonians called upon their gods and goddesses to remove the demon from those damned with possession. In the New Testament, Jesus Christ uses his own power over demons as a sign of his being the Messiah. For Christ, granting the ability to exorcise demons could be had by any of his disciples or any devout followers of Christianity. One soul, cursed to possession, Antoine Gay, has a shocking fate in store for him. Born in Latenay-Anne in France, Gay serves during the Revolution and then makes a life as an exceptional carpenter. A devout Christian, it isn't until he was 46 that he enters the monastery of the Abbey of Les Trappes d'Aiguebelle. It is 1836. Gay is forced to leave the monastery as he is stricken with an odd nervous disorder. The next year, he is investigated by clergy for signs of possession. They visit him 3 times, and each one confirms the belief that Antoine Gay is truly possessed by demons. Gay reveals the secrets of others to the clergy and understands Latin perfectly, a language he has never been taught. But Gay is not the victim of a singular possession. 3 demons inhabit his body. First is Isacheron, the most powerful of the 3. Then, a demon of impurity known as the Dog. Finally, the demon of avarice, who is known as the Wolf. These 3 demons overtake Gay. His friends seek an exorcism at the Abbey of Les Trappes, but the abbot refuses. Perhaps it is due to their being members of separate dioceses, or perhaps the abbot believes in a higher reason. Antoine Gay was a devout Christian. If God allows even him to be possessed, perhaps it is divine providence? Gay lives most of the rest of his life as a mental patient. He is left to his own devices the last 12 years of his life, even rejected by his own family. He lives poorly, on a diet of bread and water and sleeps on a wooden plank. Iscaron is bent on keeping Gay from church when possible and always keeps him from confession. Iscaron refuses to let Gay confess until he himself is exorcised from the body. Gay, on his deathbed, is stricken dumb by the demon and denied his final confession. Antoine Gay dies on June 14th, 1871. He is 81 years old. It is January 1949 in Mount Rainier, Maryland. A 13-year-old boy, mourning the death of his Aunt Harriet, takes to using a Ouija board to contact her in the great beyond. What he gets is more than he bargained for. Strange things start to happen. Furniture moves on its own. There are footsteps, seemingly from nowhere. Objects fly through the air. A portrait of Jesus Christ is flung through the wall. 48 witnesses swear to the strange behavior emanating from and about the boy. Eventually, through the suggestion of a Lutheran minister, he is to be given an exorcism by a Roman Catholic priest. 5 minutes in, the tied-down boy stabs the priest with a steel bedspring, enough to require stitches and end the rite. After returning home, the boy develops painful welts, leading his family to seek further help. It comes in the form of Father Walter Halloran, who has the boy, now referred to as Roland Doe, committed to a psychiatric ward for the exorcism. It takes 3 priests, Halloran, Father Bowdern, and Reverend William Van Roo, to exorcise Roland Doe. He has an aversion to holy water and all things sacred. At one point, words such as evil and hell form on his body. Father Halloran's nose is broken in another of Roland's violent fits. But they persevere, and their victory is marked by a loud noise, one that reverberates throughout the hospital and marks the regained freedom of Roland Doe. After more than 24 exorcisms, Roland Doe is finally cured. The Doe exorcism becomes the basis of writer William Blatty's 1971 novel, The Exorcist. Given the success of the subsequent film adaptation, Roland Doe's devil has been granted immortality in all of our minds and fears.
The really great thing about a demon story is the sky's the limit with the amount of blood, terror, and darkness that you can add to your story. The demons come up from hell, and hell's a pretty bad place. So anybody that the demon inhabits is a big step up for that demon. And a lot of times they're sent by the devil himself to cause mayhem and mischief. So inside this body, surrounded by loved ones, this person begins to act in frightening ways that the family isn't quite ready to deal with, and they still love this person. So you've got a lot of fertile ground for blood, carnage, cool movie and horror stuff. Traditional horror movies usually took place in medieval villages or on mountaintop castles in movies like Dracula and Frankenstein, which gave you a lot to look at as far as background goes, but didn't really connect with audiences, especially later in the 60s and 70s. Adding the element of demons, however, brought the horror home. You could have a demon possession taking place in a metropolitan or urban area, or even in the suburbs where you're supposed to be safe. If you're going to talk about demon possession in modern times, then you definitely need to talk about the Amityville Horror. In 1974, Ronald DeFeo Jr. gunned down his entire family while they slept with a shotgun. 6 months later, the Lutz family moved in to 112 Ocean Avenue on the south shore of Long Island. Some of the furniture the DeFeos furnished their house with was still inside the house. Less than a month later, the Lutz family left the house in the dead of night. A few weeks later, they began to pen the story of the Amityville Horror. It detailed a swarm of flies, a demonic pig, and a roughed up priest they hired to bless the house when they moved in.
It's the kind of house they don't build anymore. A relic of a time when the world wasn't in such a hurry, when there was still time for a little charm and elegance. It has stood empty for a long while, and at the price, it is a bargain. For a growing young family, it is almost too good to be true. What happened to them is an experience in terror you will never forget, and you will believe in the Amityville Horror. From the best-selling book that made millions believe in the unbelievable, the Amityville Horror.
Demons are scary because they take the bodies of those we love and turn them against us in horrible, ghoulish ways. And one genre of film that captured this perfectly is the Italian horror movies, or giallo. The films Demon and Demon 2 illustrate what it would be like if people were possessed by these ghouls and driven to commit acts of horror. The difference again between these modern horror stories and the classics is that the Italian horror movie presents the narrative of terror in a dreamlike fashion rather than a classic narrative. Often the events and scenes don't really make linear sense. They more trigger emotional effects.
We've seen Satan and have learned of the terror his demonic horde can unleash on humanity. What of those who dance with Satan and his minions, who damn themselves in life, forsaking heaven for a life of dark power? What of witches and witchcraft? Next, we will enter the world of black magic, covens, and the followers of Satan and all things evil. Their ties to the dark arts make them the most sinister monsters among us. We've seen the devil, now to face his mortal servants on earth. Witches, sorcerers, warlocks. They are all in the service of Satan and his hellish minions, who trade the salvation of the afterlife, their eternal souls, for the power to wreak evil upon the living world. is there any escape for the practitioners of witchcraft? Can we ever be safe from these sinister monsters among us? What were witches before the invention of Christianity and the devil? Look no further back than ancient Greece, whose mythology is populated with gods, demigods, beasts, and creatures created out of the angered god's vengeance or pity. Hesiod's Theogony, an epic poem from around the 8th century BC, describes a goddess of magic who predates the Greek pantheon of Mount Olympus. Hecate was so powerful and revered that even the king of the Greek gods, Zeus, paid her homage.
Hecate, whom Zeus the son of Kronos honored above all. He gave her splendid gifts to have her share the earth and the unfruitful sea. She received honors also in starry heaven, and is honored exceedingly by the deathless gods. For to this day, whenever any one of men on earth sacrifices and prays for favor according to custom, he calls upon Hecate. Great honor comes full easily to him whose prayers the goddess receives favorably, and she bestows wealth upon him, for the power surely is with her.
Zeus comes into power by defeating the original gods, the Titans. One of the early gods, Hecate, wins his favor and is spared banishment. She becomes associated with the underworld, that realm of the dead in Hades, as well as the dead souls wandering as ghosts above ground. Statues of her are placed in doorways and at crossroads to keep the wandering spirits at bay. More destructive and decidedly evil is Circe, a true witch of Greek mythology. This enchantress is also a demigod. Her father was Helios, the sun god. She lives on the island Aiaia, some say as a banishment. When several of Odysseus' men feast at Circe's mansion, she drugs them with a potion and then transforms them into swine. One of the crew, Eurylochus, escapes to tell Odysseus. Under the advice of the god Hermes, Odysseus successfully restores his crew, and then enjoys a year on the Circe's island, as well as her company. As Christianity emerges with its single god, pantheons of gods, such as Greek and Egyptian, are deemed paganistic. The witch and the sorceress figure, in the eyes of Christianity, are no longer for God, but in tune with the devil. In the Old Testament, King Saul cuts himself off from God's favor. As the Philistine army prepares to overtake his kingdom, Saul yearns for the wisdom of the late prophet Samuel. Turned away by the followers of God, the priests and prophets, Saul takes his final resort and approaches the Witch of Endor, who communicates with the dead. The witch conjures up Samuel's spirit, who then issues a fateful warning. Saul and his 3 sons will fall in battle the next day. When his sons are slaughtered by the Philistines the next day, Saul knows his time is up and falls upon his sword in grief and despair. But did the Witch of Endor truly conjure up Samuel? Or was it a demon in disguise, one who created an ultimately self-fulfilling prophecy? In 1136, Geoffrey of Monmouth pens his tome Historia Regum Britanniae, the history of the kings of Britain, and in it reveals the sorcerer Merlin Ambrosius. Merlin's parentage is unclear. Some claim he's fathered by an angel and a nun. Others, particularly his enemies, accuse Merlin of being the offspring of a human and a succubus, and meant to counterweigh the teachings of Christ. Luckily for Merlin, his childhood baptism buries the latent evil within his soul. Over time, Merlin befriends Uther Pendragon throughout his rise to the throne. Before facing Uther's enemy Gauloise in combat, Merlin does use his powers for evil, although the result will create the paragon of nobility. Uther, desirous of Gauloise's wife Igraine, has Merlin transform him into a copy of his enemy. That night, Uther walks into Gauloise's castle, disguised as Gauloise, and seduces the unsuspecting Igraine. Gauloise is stricken on the battlefield the next day, and months later, Igraine gives birth to her son with Uther. He is Arthur, a boy whom Merlin will teach and mold. As the boy grows, Merlin does all he can to ensure his rise to power as King Arthur of the Round Table. Desirous of a magical sword, Excalibur for Arthur, Merlin meets the mystical Lady of the Lake. She is a water nymph, and Merlin finds himself desiring more than the sword, but also the enchantress herself. In some legends, Merlin teaches her magic, and she soon becomes more powerful than he. But the Lady of the Lake does ultimately banish Merlin to an impenetrable prison. Some say a glass tower, while other myths claim it to be a cave. As Arthur falls in battle and is taken to his final resting place, Merlin, undoubtedly, watches from afar, powerless to intervene. And he may still be watching today. In 1486, the fear of witches in Christian Europe leads German monks Heinrich Kramer and Jacob Sprenger to write the Malleus Maleficarum, or Hammer of the Witches. Not endorsed by the Catholic Church, this witch-hunting guide is put to use for hundreds of years in everything from identifying to punishing witches. Witches are a very real threat. Witches have gone from being mystical to signs of not only paganism, but Satanism. For a witch, the Christian God is renounced, and they embrace Satan as their one true savior. This is spoken out loud, or in a written contract signed in the witch's own blood. Their witness is another witch or wizard, or even the devil himself. These witches in waiting give a lock of hair, nail clippings, or a drop of blood in tribute. They are empowered to work Satan's magic during their lifetime and granted a familiar attendant or spirit to aid them in their horrific work. Familiars are sometimes kept within books or bottles until called upon by their witch master. Sometimes the familiar takes the form of a man or a woman, but oftentimes they take the form of an animal, which can be nourished with human blood. But in all cases, there is something wrong with them, be it a blemish or some mutation. Their names vary, from the French Verdelet, the German Hellekrug or Kufus, to the English Griselle, Illemanzar, Gramega, Greedy Gut, or Vinegar Tom. As witches celebrate Satan's perversion of Christianity, they can also be recruited by smuggling a communion wafer from a church and giving it to Satan to pervert for his own purposes. immortal playwright William Shakespeare uses witches and wizards in 2 of his most seminal plays. In Macbeth, the future king's downfall is spurred when he seeks out the counsel of 3 witches. Their prophecy that he will become king leads him and his wife to murder his friend King Duncan and his own downfall. For Shakespeare's final play, The Tempest, the wizard figure of Prospero is noble and good, yet his predecessor, the witch Sycorax, is foul and evil. Before the events of the play, she has trapped the sprite Ariel in a tree. Her foul offspring Caliban is a cambion, conceived by both Sycorax and the devil. Shakespeare's flights of fancy and dramatic portrayals of black magic could never parallel the true horror of the 17th century. The Salem Witch Trials. The puritanical village of Salem, Massachusetts, receives its first ordained minister in 1689, Reverend Samuel Parris. Parris will rule the town with an iron fist and perpetuate evils worse than those he claims to stop. It starts when Reverend Parris's daughter, Elizabeth, and his niece, Abigail, start having fits that are more than epileptic in nature and border on the supernatural. They convulse uncontrollably. They scream. They throw things across the room. They utter strange sounds, crawl under furniture, and according to an eyewitness, even contort themselves into unnatural positions. Another girl in Salem, Ann Putnam, also exhibits and claims similar episodes. It is ungodly, their behavior. If it doesn't come directly from the devil, then it must be from his minions. On February 29th, 1692, after the girls are pressured to reveal their afflictors by 2 magistrates, they name 3 women. Tituba is Reverend Parris's Caribbean slave. Sarah Good is a homeless beggar. And Sarah Osborne, an elderly widow. To the villagers, there is no doubt that the women are witches acting out the devil's work. On March 1st, the 3 women are brought before the magistrates and interrogated for several days. Good and Osborne deny the charges. Witnesses claim to have seen Sarah Good flying to coven meetings at night, and even her own husband claims her on the path towards, if not already realized, becoming a witch. Good's daughter, Sarah, only 4 years old, testifies against her own mother and is herself jailed for witchcraft. Tituba, accused of telling young girls stories of incubi and devils from the Malleus Maleficarum, finally confesses. She says, "The devil came to me and bid me serve him, and that a man in black enticed her to sign a book. The devil's book contains the signatures of his witches, written in blood." The 3 women are imprisoned. Tituba, who has inadvertently fueled the fire of witch hunting, is later released. Salem is overtaken with a paranoid fear of black magic. Several more women are accused of witchcraft, including an active member of the church. Osborne is hanged on May 10, while on July 29th, Good is hanged, along with more found guilty of witchcraft. Then there's Giles Corey. The prosperous farmer is dragged into the witch hunt on April 18th, 1692, accused of being a warlock. One of the girls accusing him, Mercy Lewis, is 19. It is September 9th.
I saw the apparition of Giles Corey come and afflict me, urging me to write in his book. And so he continued most dreadfully to hurt me, by times beating me and almost breaking my back, till the day of his examination, being the 19th of April. And then also during the time of his examination did he affect and torture me most grievously, and also several times since, urging me vehemently to write in his book. And I verily believe in my heart that Giles Corey is a dreadful wizard. For since he had been in prison, he or his appearance has come and most grievously tormented me.
Corey refuses to plead. The law's punishment is draconian at best. Peine faute et deux is where a prisoner is laid down beneath a heavy board. Boulders and rocks are placed upon it and pressed until he makes a plea. On September 17th, after months in prison, Corey is taken to a nearby field where Sheriff George Corwin has 6 men place heavy stones, one at a time, on top of him. He refuses to even cry out. 2 days later, urged to plead either way, Giles calls out, "More weight." Governor William Phipps is concerned about the witchcraft scourge, and on May 27, 1692, he establishes a special order of oyer and terminaire to try witches. Bridget Bishop's case is the first they hear. Known for her promiscuity about the village, she is quickly found guilty and hanged on June 10th. A growing concern is the admissibility of spectral evidence, where witnesses testify about visions and dreams. Governor Phipps takes note of the pleas against spectral evidence, primarily after his own wife finds herself questioned for witchcraft. On October 29th, Phipps dissolves the court of oyer and terminaire and replaces it with the Superior Court of Judicature. The main difference is that Judicature does not allow spectral evidence. Only 3 of 56 defendants are condemned. By May 1693, Phipps pardons the survivors of the Salem witch trials and releases them from jail. In the end, the devil's work was committed by the hysterical masses of Salem. 200 stood accused, 19 were hanged, and Corey was pressed to death. Legend has it that Corey appears walking in the graveyard before disaster strikes Salem, a village that eternally remains his home.
I think witches historically were probably just people who were very independent thinkers, and I think that wasn't permissible. And it certainly was forbidden for women, especially, to sort of be their own person, be into their own thing, maybe not put all the corseting and stuff that they were required to put on, maybe dress a little differently, maybe wear all black. They were like the first counterculture kids, I think, witches. They just sort of went to the beat of their own drummer, they wore all black, they had their black cat, they were into all this sort of gothic stuff and weird baubles and collecting. And they were nerds, sort of, too, I think. I think I see all monsters as nerds, perhaps. Maybe that's just me, I don't know. But I think they just didn't fit in. I think they were misfit, and there's always that kind of, well, why is that person over there so satisfied with themselves and what they're doing? Let's just drag them out of their house and burn them. I think that's the hive mind mentality whenever someone is able to find their own way and sort of be their own person. Maybe that's a real bad attitude, but I think most witches are misunderstood. They weren't monsters, they just were different, and they were people who had different ways, different beliefs, different modes of dress, different traditions. And it just kind of spooked the straights. They don't like it. Whenever there's a movie about witches, I always approach it with are they going to be able to approach this material and come up with something that's A, scary, B, works as a movie. Witches and ghosts are probably the two hardest, just because, it's all about mystery. Once you kind of reveal what they're all about, then it's really hard. They just kind of disappear, because the whole mystery is what makes them fascinating, and the less we know about them, the more interesting they are.
Slavic folklore gives birth to the Baba Yaga, a sinister-looking old woman who flies around in a large mortar steered with a pestle. Her house, mounted on chicken legs, runs through the forest. Baba Yaga and Zamoshek, collected in the 1800s by Alexander Nikolaevich Afanasyev, tells of a more diabolical Baba Yaga. 41 sons arrive at the castle of the Baba Yaga in search of wives. Baba Yaga lets them marry her 41 daughters, and, the night after the wedding, the brother Zamoshek learns the frightening truth behind Yaga's charity, straight from the horse's mouth. At midnight, Baba Yaga cries out for her servants to behead the men. The servants kill her daughters, who are dressed in the brothers' clothes instead. Baba Yaga discovers the truth the next morning when she looks outside to see the heads of all 41 daughters on stakes and the brothers gone. Another story in the same volume tells of Ivashko, who ventures into a subterranean world to gather 3 wives for himself and his 2 brothers. His brothers, however, cut the ladder for him to return to the upper world after taking off with the brides-to-be. A giant sends Ivashko to the home of the Baba Yaga, a hut on rooster's legs.
So the young boy went on and on far away to the hut and stepped in. The Baba Yaga cried out, "Fie-fo-fum, Russian bones, why have you come here? Oh, mother, the giant has sent me to ask you to lend me your mighty eagle to carry me to Russia." "Go," said the Baba Yaga. "Go into the garden. At the gate there stands a watchman. Take his keys and pass through the 7 doors. And when you open the last, the eagle will flap its wings. Sit on its back if you are not afraid, and fly away. But take meat with you, and give him to eat whenever he turns round."
In this tale, the Baba Yaga serves as a fairy godmother type and uses her magic for good. But not so in the folk tales from the Russian, written by Vera Xenofontovna Kalamantiano de Blumenthal from 1903. When an evil stepmother tires of her husband's son and daughter, she sends them to the woods to meet her mother, who lives in the forest in a hut on hen's feet. Before they go, however, they visit their father's mother, who tells them the truth. They are being sent to a witch, one whom they must face.
The obedient children arrived at the forest, and oh wonder, there stood a hut, and what a curious one! It stood on tiny hen's feet, and at the top was a rooster's head. With their shrill, childish voices, they cried out aloud, "Izbushka, Izbushka, turn thy back to the forest, and thy front to us." And the hut did as they commanded. The 2 orphans looked inside and saw the witch resting there, her head near the threshold, 1 foot in one corner, and 1 foot in the other, her knees quite close to the ridgepole. "Foul, foul, foul!" exclaimed the witch. "I feel the Russian spirit." The children were afraid and stood close, very close together. But in spite of their fear, they said very politely, "Oh, grandmother, our stepmother sent us here to serve thee." "All right, I am not opposed to keeping you children. If you satisfy my wishes, I shall reward you. If not, I shall eat you up."
The children are helped by the animals around the Baba Yaga's hut, including mice and a black cat, and they are able to escape. When they get home, their father banishes the stepmother, and the 3 live happily ever after. It is here that the origin of the witch's name becomes apparent. Baba means grandmother, and Yaga, witch. The parallels with Hansel and Gretel a German folktale recorded by the brothers Grimm around 1812, are uncanny. When Hansel and Gretel find out that their parents are going to abandon them in the woods, Hansel leaves a trail of pebbles to find their way home. The father is relieved when they return, yet their mother insists on taking them out the next day. This time, all Hansel has to leave a trail with are breadcrumbs. Three days later, they come across a magical house made of bread and covered with cakes. The windows are made of clear sugar.
The roof was made of ginger snaps, the chimney of blocks of taffy candy, and the sides were covered with frosted cookies.
As the children start to eat the house, its inhabitant comes out.
Nibble, nibble, little mouse, who is nibbling at my house?
A woman as old as the hills. She is kind and feeds them and then puts them to bed. But it is all an act.
She was, in reality, a wicked witch who lay in wait for children and had only built their little house of bread in order to entice them there. When a child fell into her power, she killed it, cooked it, and ate it, and that was a feast day with her. Witches have red eyes and cannot see far, but they have a keen scent like the beasts, and are aware when human beings draw near. When Hansel and Gretel came into her neighborhood, she laughed with malice and said mockingly, "I have them. They shall not escape me again."
The next morning, she locks Hansel in the stable and makes Gretel cook for him to fatten him up for her feast. After 4 weeks, Hansel continues to trick the dim-eyed witch by letting her think a stick is his still thin finger. She loses patience, though, and decides to cook them both the next day. The witch's attempt to trick Gretel into climbing into the oven fails when the girl feigns ignorance. So the witch, in frustration, shows how easily her head fits in. And Gretel strikes.
When the witch was destroyed, the enchantment of the gingerbread house was broken, and Hansel and Gretel were free.
The children find riches in the witch's house and return home with them. Their stepmother mysteriously dead, they are left to live happily ever after with their father. The witch becomes a bogeyman figure, designed to scare children into becoming more careful. If in England, be careful walking around any body of water at night. Do not venture towards the edge, or you may see a long green form flit underwater, illuminated by moonlight. And if you're really not careful, Jenny Greenteeth will jump up from the muddy bottom, and you'll see her pale green skin and yellow eyes. As her long arms wrap around and crush you, her pointed green teeth will sink into your flesh. Jenny Greenteeth will eat you alive as her sharp nails run across your flesh, lulling you into a deep sleep. After she pulls you to the bottom with her, you will be lost forever.
Well, even though Poe ridiculed occult movements of his time, including the Swedenborgians and Andrew Jackson Davis and the spiritualists, he used the beliefs as inspiration for his short stories. And he was very interested early on in his career in stories about women who almost have spiritualist beliefs that border on witchcraft. And in Morella, from 1835, a woman is able to come back from the dead by possessing her daughter. In Ligeia, a woman, through sheer power of her will and occult knowledge, is able to come back from the dead and possess her husband's second wife. So Poe is able to touch on the pseudosciences, the occult beliefs of the day, and incorporate them into his fiction to chilling results.
It's 1900, and Lyman Frank Baum, one-time chicken breeder, fireworks salesman, theater goer, dry goods clerk, and Midwestern newspaper editor, is publishing his own fairy tale. The Wonderful Wizard of Oz will not only reinvent the genre, but also will cement the popular conception of the fairy tale witch.
Yet the old-time fairy tale, having served for generations, may now be classed as historical in the children's library. For the time has come for a series of newer wonder tales, in which the stereotyped genie, dwarf, and fairy are eliminated together with all the horrible and blood-curdling incidents devised by the authors to point a fearsome moral to each tale. Modern education includes morality. Therefore, the modern child seeks only entertainment in its wonder tales and gladly dispenses with all disagreeable incident.
His third children's book, he publishes The Wonderful Wizard of Oz with his illustrator, W.W. Denslow. The 10,000-copy first edition sells out before its actual release. It is an instant success that spawns 13 more books from Baum. The book starts when Dorothy Gale, who lives on a Kansas farm with her Aunt Em and Uncle Henry, is trapped in her house and carried on a twister into the magical land of Oz. Her house, it seems, has landed on the Wicked Witch of the East and has killed her. The benevolent Good Witch of the North sends Dorothy on to meet the wizard at the Emerald City, who can send her home to Kansas. On the way, Dorothy meets the Tin Woodsman, who lacks a heart, the Lion, who lacks courage, and the Scarecrow, who lacks a brain. In order to get back to Kansas, to get a brain, courage, and a heart, the four must kill the Wicked Witch of the West. This tiny witch wears an eye patch, but her one good eye can see everywhere like a telescope. She controls wolves, bees, and flying monkeys. She is killed when Dorothy flings a bucket of water on her, and she melts. But who was Dorothy Gale? It seems she is a composite of two girls, both of whom died tragically. Baum's niece, Dorothy Louise Gage, died in infancy, deeply affecting his wife. Allegedly, Baum also reads of a girl found dead after a twister strikes in Irving, Kansas. Her name was Dorothy Gale. As is typical at the time, and given Baum's love for theater, The Wonderful Wizard of Oz becomes a stage play on June 16, 1902. In 1908, Baum funds the Fairy-Log and radio plays, a combination film, slideshow, and stage show with actors. It's a financial disaster that sets him further back financially and forces him to grant the Oz rights to an associated film company, Selig Polyscope Company. In 1910, Selig uses the rights for a silent film version of The Wonderful Wizard of Oz based on the 1902 stage play. He moves to Hollywood and in 1914 starts the Oz Film Manufacturing Company. The company only lasts a year and produces 10 films, including 3 Oz films. Baum dies of a stroke on on May 6, 1919. His final words to his wife.
Now we can cross the shifting sands.
But then, in 1939, MGM releases The Wizard of Oz, a musical filmed in Technicolor and starring Judy Garland as Dorothy. The lavish special effects and production make it a visual spectacle on par with Baum's vision. Not, however, with his vision of the Wicked Witch. Played by Margaret Hamilton, her green-skinned, hawk-nosed, cackling Wicked Witch of the West cements the 20th century image of witchery. And the film goes on to become a classic of cinema. As voodoo flourishes in Haiti, the similar yet separate voodoo takes root in Louisiana, developed around the Creole, African, American, and French traditions. This is a religion that incorporates dance, the use of amulets, and the worship of ancestors now gone.
When slaves were brought to this country, they were sort of forced to kind of accept Western religion. And underground, there was a bit of voodoo happening, which was West African religion, and that kind of got blended in with Catholic and other beliefs, and this sort of melting pot of, the original pick and mix religion sort of created what we call voodoo. And a lot of voodoo is associated with different affects, like an amulet that you wear that protects you, or a doll that you put pins in that kind of can torment your enemy, or some kind of some beads that you throw, or there's all these sort of something you wear, something that you make, some sort of totem. There's a lot of these kind of magic put into these objects, and this magic doesn't usually come directly from the gods. There's always some sort of intermediate, like Baron Samedi is a figure where he was kind of an intermediate between the powers that be and the folks who were practicing the voodoo. So you get permission from this intermediate to sort of either protect yourself or somehow create a spell to get back at your enemies. And I think that there is some genuine fear about it because it's unknown and because it's underground. I think that it becomes a part of horror literature and horror movies quite easily. To modernize the practices of voodoo seem extremely exotic and foreboding, when really a lot of it comes from ourselves and it comes from our own Western beliefs mixed in. It's still being practiced to this day as a religion. I don't think that there's anything particularly evil about voodoo. It's just another religion.
Presiding over voodoo rituals is a voodoo queen. The greatest of these queens is Marie Laveau, who lives in the city of New Orleans for close to the entire 1800s. Born on September 10, 1801, Marie Laveau was married in 1819 with her first husband and their 2 children together passing after a few short years. She remarries soon after and gives birth to 7 more children. It is also in the 1820s that Marie Laveau becomes the Voodoo Queen of New Orleans. She tells the fortunes of the rich and reveals secrets that only the spirit world could know. Many men come to her for advice, including Aaron Burr and Lafayette. By 1842, Madame Laveau begins living on her own in a cottage on St. Anne Street. She ceases her reign as the Voodoo Queen of New Orleans in 1870 and passes the mantle to her daughter. Marie Glapillon Laveau dies on June 15, 1881. The New York Times refers to her as one of the most wonderful women who ever lived, for her charitable and hospitable attitude towards others. Even today, there is a way to receive the counsel of Marie Laveau. Draw an X on her tomb, turn around 3 times, knock on the tomb, and then yell out your wish. If she grants it, you must return and circle your X, and leave Marie Laveau, the Voodoo Queen of New Orleans, a tribute. Then, there is the chance you will see her ghost walking between the tombs. It is 1905 on the Himalayan mountain Kangchenjunga. This is Aleister Crowley, and he will become known by 2 other names. One is the Great Beast. Another title that will not arrive until later matches the infamy that he generates throughout his life. That title? The wickedest man in the world. Outside his tent are a Swiss climber and 3 local porters, descending the mountain against his advice. Crowley, who had quarreled with the whole expedition, claims to have had no sympathy whatsoever. At this point in his life, Crowley has discovered his bisexuality, which was then a social taboo, and he has also discovered the occult. This has resulted in his joining the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, itself an occult society. He only remains a member for 1 year. In Cairo, Egypt, Crowley claims to have received psychic messages from a messenger of the Egyptian god Horus. This results in the publication of his Book of Law, which he uses to start his own religious movement, the Lima. Then comes the fateful expedition. In 1907, Crowley continues to experiment with hashish and communicates with Horus Prophet. He finds an occult order called AA as the successor to the Golden Dawn. 2 years later, Crowley performs an invocation to the demon Choronzon. It involves a blood sacrifice and seals his infamy as a Satanist. Crowley merely sees himself as a follower of magic, but welcomes the attention. In 1920, Crowley rents a villa in Sicily and christens it the Abbey of Thelema, a commune for himself and his followers. Terrible things happen there. It's enough that Crowley has become addicted to both heroin and cocaine, but the children of followers are given free rein and allowed to witness sex magic. A young Oxford graduate, Frederick Charles Loveday, arrives from London with his wife, Betty May, in 1923. Changing his name to Raoul, Loveday becomes a close disciple of Crowley. One fateful February morning, Raoul drinks from a stream. Crowley will later allege that he's warned the couple of its contamination. In less than 2 weeks, on Valentine's Day, Raoul dies of a liver infection. The British media, particularly the magazine John Bull, covers the story and declares that Crowley is the wickedest man in the world. More comes out from Raoul's widow, May. She claims Raoul had to drink the blood of a sacrificed cat and that Crowley holds orgies throughout the commune. As the government of dictator Benito Mussolini deports Crowley and his followers, the villa is abandoned. Angry villagers paint over Crowley's artwork in disgust. After many more adventures, while fighting declining health, Crowley resorts to living in a boarding house. On December 1st, 1947, Crowley's doctor refuses to refill a prescription for heroin. Crowley places a curse on the doctor shortly before he himself expires. The doctor is dead within 24 hours. The final act of the wickedest man on earth. A student of the occult, Gerald Gardner had met Crowley mere months before the great beast's death. A retired civil service worker, Gardner develops the Wiccan religion, one that will distance itself from the satanic version of witchcraft and return to the pre-Christian pagan roots. In Wicca, there are two deities, the horned god and the mother goddess, who can be viewed as anything from a single goddess to a triple goddess. A Wiccan, unlike the classic witch figure of legend, believes in its code to harm none, do what ye will. Covens, with their priests and priestesses, often cast spells within circles, not spells to curse, but ones to heal, to grant fertility or protection. Yet, we will still hold on to this fairy tale image of the wicked witch with crooked nose, warts, and black magic. Witches and warlocks can hide in broad daylight, unbeknownst to us. God help those of us who cross one. Next, we will encounter the beasts that hide in man's clothing. Things that, in many cases, were once human, but are cursed to become more than human. To lose control and become far more beastly than anything man could ever be. We will encounter werewolves and other shapeshifters and see the most savage of the monsters among us. We are all different on the inside, uninhibited, darker, monstrous. Nothing reminds us of this more than the shapeshifter. Like Mr. Hyde, the uninhibited dark side of a repressed man. The werewolf, the personification of our own savage urges. The Wendigo, an evil that consumes even the most noble. The shapeshifter's body turns into things we either desire or fear with all our hearts. Tonight's journey takes us back to man's early history, when he more openly embraced his dark side. Through other shapeshifters, we will also learn the origins of the werewolf, the fiercest of the monsters among us. The more civilized man apparently becomes, the more secretly he reaches back for his long-lost savagery. For centuries, men have tried to change themselves into more powerful beings, shape-shifting into someone or something else entirely. He is not always a willing participant.
You're not going to kill him. You think he still wants to live after what he's become?
These men have promised not to harm you.
And oftentimes, just as much a victim. The shapeshifter has existed in most every culture since prehistoric man, The earliest known record of man is painted on the walls of prehistoric caves in Lascaux, France, dating back to about 30,000 years. Cro-Magnon painters not only depicted animals, but also men with animal-like qualities. Called sympathetic hunting magic, the belief was that, visually evoking the animals on cave walls, the Cro-Magnon painters would claim some of the animal's power for its own. Without today's separation between man and nature, early man disguised himself in animal skins in an attempt to fully become that animal and inherit its traits. As tribes are formed, a connection to a certain animal or a totem is created. The ability to shapeshift, or change from human to animal, continues to run rampant throughout mythology. In Ovid's Metamorphoses, Jupiter, the Roman thunder god and head of the pantheon, descends upon Earth to observe humanity's evils firsthand. It is when he announces himself at the palace of Arcadian king Lycaon in 44 BC that his anger is stoked.
Dark night had covered heaven and earth before I entered his unhospitable door. Just at my entrance, I displayed the sign that somewhat was approaching of divine. The prostrate people pray, the tyrant grieves.
The doubtful and blasphemous Lycaon silently vows to kill the god in his sleep. But first, he decides to humiliate him. Taking a hostage from a nearby tribe, Lycaon slits the boy's throat and then boils and roasts the limbs. He hopes Jupiter will feast upon the boy's body. Jupiter, however, sees the trickery and is far from amused. He burns the palace down and watches as Lycaon flees into the neighboring fields, howling in fright.
His mantle now is high, with rugged hairs cleaves to his back, a famished face he bears. His arms descend, his shoulders sink away to multiply his legs for chase of prey. He grows a wolf, his hoariness remains, and the same rage in other members reigns. His eyes still sparkle the narrower space, his jaws retain the green and the violence of his face.
Norse warriors, called berserkers, are a special breed. Wearing bear or wolfskin over their armor, their violence is uncontrollable. Many a king uses berserkers as shock troops to thin and startle the ranks of enemy armies. But when not on the field of battle, they wreak havoc on society. Often accused of being werewolves, the anarchic berserkers are outlawed in 1015. By the 12th century, berserkers and their rage fade away. The Aegi Einhammer of Nordic and Icelandic mythology are a tribe of were-animals, whose name translates to not of one skin. When a member of the tribe dons an animal skin, his animal spirit is bounded up with that animal form. He becomes Hamrama, perceived by those enchanted by him as the actual animal, while maintaining his human form. As Christianity spreads throughout the world, shapeshifting is soon viewed as an evil, an ungodly act by the church. It is not an exercise in man's connectivity to nature, but a blasphemy of his rejection of God. The word werewolf, or man-wolf, first enters the vernacular in the 11th century, written in the ecclesiastical ordinances of King Canute. It is synonymous with a word feared by many. Similar to the vampire scares of the world, werewolf outbreaks are taken quite seriously and are used as a way to explain rashes of animal attacks. There are two types of werewolves: those who voluntarily accept the transformation as a way to feed their bloodlust and desire for human flesh, and those cursed through circumstance. One way for a man to turn into a werewolf is through the application of a magical ointment or salve, or even by drinking a distilled potion. The use of psychoactive ingredients, such as nightshade, may have created an actual hallucination in the mind of the werewolf.
Because I'm Mr. Lobo, people often ask if I'm a werewolf. I usually tell them I'm a recovering werewolf, that I have a 5-year chip that I carry in my pocket, that I don't turn anymore, I just go to meetings. In Portuguese folklore, a werewolf is kind of a curse. In the backstory that I always heard is that every seventh daughter would be a witch and every 7th son would be a werewolf. And that would be a family curse. So, and I don't know if that was just created so you wouldn't have too many children. Sometimes that's sort of a way those urban legends are formed to sort of create reasons to control how people think about certain things. And that might have been a way of keeping the population down. Once you get that 7th kid, it could be a werewolf or a witch. And what's interesting is that there are a lot of times where a witch and a werewolf are like parallel to each other, where a male witch is a werewolf. But of course, that's not always the case, because we have other legends that have warlocks, which is the male version of a witch, which often can turn into a wolf, and even Dracula can turn into a wolf.
One can also become a werewolf by donning a belt or wolf hide while completing the transformation through ritual magic. Much like vampires, werewolves only transform at night. In Bedburg, Germany, in 1598, the most notorious werewolf trial in history commences. The accused, Peter Stuba, comes with a lurid and detailed confession and a list of atrocities that spanned decades. Stuba worships the devil and all things evil, and is rewarded with a magical belt that turns him into a werewolf. In exchange for his service, he is to be forever protected by the devil.
I believed myself then to be transformed into a wolf. I was at first somewhat horrified at my 4 wolf's feet, and the fur with which I was covered all at once. But I found that I could now travel with the speed of the wind.
Stuba operates as a wolf in gentleman's clothing, walking about nicely dressed. When he spies unsuspecting maidens, he turns into a werewolf to attack them. He does not discriminate in who or what he victimizes, and even slaughters lambs and goats. Once he spots a woman and 2 men from his vantage point in the woods. He calls each of the men over, one is an acquaintance, and they come one at a time. When the woman starts to flee, he overtakes her and murders her. The men are later found, their corpses mangled. Her body is nowhere to be found, and it is believed that Stuba ate her whole. Stuba would regularly, as a werewolf, run into a group of young girls and kill the one unfortunate enough to not have escaped. He even murders 2 pregnant women, pulling out and devouring their fetuses. The countless murders are not enough to sate Stuba's lust, as he even beds and impregnates his own daughter. Nor is his sister safe from his incestuous desires. As a reward, Stuba claims, the devil provides him with a succubus, a deceivingly angelic and statuesque woman. Stuba is caught when he attempts to escape a group of hunters by removing his belt and reverting to human form. They recognize him and take him in for the murders that had been pinned, ironically, on an actual wolf. Stuba, his daughter, and mistress are condemned to death on October 28, 1589. Stuba's punishment is decidedly gruesome. Accompanying Stuba's headless corpse on the pyre are the two women, still alive. The magistrate, still shaken by the grisly murders, placed Stuba's murder wheel in a prominent place in town with a wooden wolf likeness mounted on the top. In the center of the wheel, on a pole that holds it up, is placed the decapitated head of Peter Stuba. Much like the fear of vampirism, a mass hysteria erupts over werewolves. One such example is in the Livonia area of Eastern Europe during the Inquisition of the 1600s. 31 people are brought to trial for allegedly being werewolves.
The Portuguese legend of the werewolf, the Lobos Omen, is a tragic figure. It's a sad figure. You know, he changes not because of a bite. He changes, or the full moon rather. He changes at a crossroads, and he gets to the crossroads, and then he transforms, and then he just cries, and you hear them at night crying. You know, and it's sad. It's tragic.
Where vampire cases have been more straightforward, werewolf cases have been known to cross over with other elements of the supernatural. The Navajo, with their awareness of the connection between man and nature, have the shape-shifting legend of the skinwalker. The skinwalker wears the skin of their chosen animal and can become invisible. They use long-distance magic to strike at their enemies and create poisons which they can throw upon their victims. They gather in caves at night to eat human flesh. Skinwalkers sit in their ritualistic circles, naked save for the jewelry and body paint, and they move around on all fours. To kill a skinwalker, one must fire a bullet into the animal form's neck so that it will strike the human head inside. Equally horrifying, and as prevalent in the Algonquin culture of the United States and Canada as the werewolf is to the Europeans, is the Wendigo. Wendigos are ghoul-like creatures, tall and emaciated with bones that protrude from beneath a thin layer of ash-gray skin. They only feed on human flesh and grow larger with each person they eat. The belief is that a person transforms into a Wendigo upon first eating human flesh, or when possessed by a Wendigo spirit. People afflicted with an uncontrollable desire for human flesh suffer from Wendigo psychosis. It is spring of 1879. A Cree trapper by the name of Swift Runner claims that his family has all starved that cruel winter, save for himself and his wife, who had committed suicide. Despite this, he weighs a healthy 200 pounds. The authorities are suspicious. Swift Runner's earlier love of whiskey led his tribe to banish he and his family. All 10 of them are forced to establish a camp in the wilderness. The police, feeling something is amiss, return Swift Runner to his family's camp and begin an exhaustive search. They are shocked by what they find. Human bones, stripped bare, and some with the marrow sucked out. There are enough remains to account for Swift Runner's wife, 6 children, brother, and his own mother. Some were bludgeoned, others were shot, and one was allegedly strangled by cord. During his trial, Swift Runner claims to have been possessed by the spirit of the Wendigo. These are amongst his final words, spoken to a priest before his hanging.
I am the least of men. I do not merit even being called a man.
A different kind of transition from man to Wendigo is chronicled in Algernon Blackwood's short story, The Wendigo. The prolific Blackwood has already established himself, through his novels and contributions to books such as Weird Tales, as an outstanding writer of the supernatural. His version of the Wendigo differs from the mythological, but it is nonetheless quite frightening. A hunting party ventures into the Canadian wild and soon find out they are the ones being hunted. Their tour guide, the French-Canadian Defago, is whisked away in the night by something unseen. All that is left in the wake of his disappearance is his cry.
Oh, this fiery height, oh, my feet of fire, my burning feet of fire.
Defago reappears days later, changed into something not quite human.
Something like a skin of horror almost perceptibly drew down in that moment over every face, and 3 pairs of eyes shone through it as though they saw across the frontier of normal vision into the unknown.
The most famous shapeshifter in all of literature, however, is conceived by a legendary poet and novelist. The author is Robert Louis Stevenson. A sickly child, Stevenson was no stranger to being bedridden. The books that were his company were also his best medicine. Robert passes up the family tradition of being a lighthouse keeper to pursue a career as a writer. His breakthrough novel, Treasure Island, precedes his major foray into horror by 2 years. The Strange Case of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, published in 1886, uses the protagonist's shape-shifting as a reflection of his own troubled psyche. Told through the eyes of Dr. Henry Jekyll's lawyer, the story shows what happens when a kindly scientist unleashes his repressed side, known as the repulsive Hyde, loose upon society. Jekyll and Hyde will prove itself enduring. Before John Barrymore's star-winning 1920 performance in the silent film version, there had already been 5 adaptations to film.
The most raking pang succeeded, a grinding in the bones, deadly nausea, and a horror of the spirit that cannot be exceeded at the hour of birth or death. Then these agonies began swiftly to subside, and I came to myself as if out of a great sickness. There was something strange in my sensations, something indescribably new, and from its very novelty, incredibly sweet. I felt younger, lighter, happier in body. Within, I was conscious of a heady recklessness, a current of disordered, sensual images running like a mill race in my fancy, a solution of the bonds of obligation, an unknown, but not an innocent freedom of the soul.
It is inaccurate to call Hyde, who is nothing in comparison to the goodness that is in Jekyll, his flip side. Hyde is the manifestations of Jekyll's own, and by proxy, our own, dark side.
I knew myself, at the first breath of this new life, to be more wicked, tenfold more wicked. Sold a slave to my original evil, and the thought, in that moment, braced and delighted me like wine.
This culminates in Hyde's cold-blooded murder of an outstanding citizen, and both his and Jekyll's downfall. Stevenson and his wife moved to the Samoan island of Upolu, where Stevenson becomes known by the native name of Tusitala, or storyteller. His health continues to decline, as does his creative inspiration. While trying to open a bottle of wine, he collapses of a cerebral hemorrhage. It is 1894, and Stevenson, the storyteller, is only 44 years old. More than any other shapeshifter, Jekyll and Hyde continue to thrill and haunt through the medium of film.
China tea, bring it in, please. But aren't you afraid to upset the balance of a soul? Well, why not? I'd only bring out what was already there, what was good. The angel. Exactly. But suppose you release the monster. Suppose, my dear Jekyll, that you uncaged the monster.
1931's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, starring Frederick March, features a frightening and believable transformation, the secret of which is not revealed until after the actor's death. Not as easily defined as a shapeshifter, but just as impactful as Stevenson's characters, these come from poet, playwright, and writer Oscar Wilde. An Oxford graduate, an accomplished scholar at a young age, Wilde has already published his first book of poetry and first 2 collections of children's stories. Known for his trademark witticisms and views on aestheticism, Wilde's only novel is first published in 1890. It is called The Picture of Dorian Gray in the July issue of Lippincott's monthly magazine.
Dorian Gray differs from A Penny Dreadful in being a much more literary, self-consciously literary text. It was not sold for as a sensational fiction for quick consumption. It originally appeared in a pretty highbrow American magazine that would have assumed a kind of literary readership, Lippincott's monthly magazine, which came out of Philadelphia. And it's a much more artistic literary text than most Penny Dreadfuls are. Its style is really quite sophisticated and beautiful. Oscar Wilde is a consummate writer, after all, so the writing alone places it in the realm of literature than sensation fiction.
And its homoerotic nature is the beginning of the end of the stifling Victorian era.
The Gothic and the supernatural, I think, flourish in an age where there's a lot of repression, a highly controlled, a highly structured society. I think there's no real accident that the Gothic flourished in the 19th century, late 18th century, 19th century. Of course, we think of the Victorian period as one that's really buttoned up, really repressed, a lot of rigidity, a lot of control. And I think really the supernatural, and particularly the Gothic, with its sort of freaky anxiety about the unexplained and the unacknowledged, it's really a response to that rigidity. It's a way for a repressive culture sort of let itself loose and articulate its deeper anxieties, its deeper phobias. I think it flourished for that reason in the 19th century.
Dorian Gray is an incendiary book, generating 216 literary attacks in the first 2 months of publication, according to Wilde.
He claimed to have received 216 bad reviews of the novel within about the first month or 2, all of which he threw into his wastepaper basket. And he was kind of proud of this, actually, in a way. He was defiant in the face of extremely bad press. Most of these reviews attacked the novel as decadent, corrupt, immoral. They were really shocked by the central elements of the story, particularly the notion of an older man preying on the innocence of a younger man. And of course, these kinds of homoerotic overtones were to come back to haunt Wilde when he was on trial and imprisoned, incriminated for homosexuality himself in 1895. But back in 1890, when the novel was reviewed, he was quite defiant and wrote a series of letters published in the press, all the leading papers, defending the novel, defending its morality, its artistry, and indeed asserting that any writer shouldn't be held to narrow moral criteria, essentially defending his artistic freedom.
The story opens with painter Basil Hallward's completion of a life-size portrait of his muse, the innocent and young Dorian Gray. It is Dorian's meeting with Hallward's friend Lord Henry that first corrupts the youth. When the vain Dorian realizes that he will age while the portrait remains young, he decides that he will give everything, even his soul, for the portrait to age instead of him. But it does more than that. The portrait also reflects his vices, and as Dorian remains young and unblemished, he is without a conscience as he corrupts and destroys lives through his own vice.
One key difference for me from Dracula and Frankenstein is that Dorian Gray is very much of the society and the world that he freaks out. His monstrosity is an element of that Victorian society. Dracula, of course, is an outsider. He's from Transylvania. He's very much the foreigner, the dangerous immigrant, preying on Western young ladies and on the West as a whole. But he's not a Westerner himself. And Frankenstein, of course, is not even a human. He's a manufactured artifact. Dorian Gray, by contrast, is a man of the aristocracy. He's well born. He's the kind of man that any Victorian would expect to meet on the street, any Victorian gentleman, that is. And of course his monstrosity isn't evident to those he meets. He looked perfectly young and innocent. His monstrosity is it's apparent to him when he looks at the portrait especially, but to nobody else. It's a private monstrosity. I suppose I'm suggesting that there's really an affinity between the author and his creation, and certainly a sense of shame on Dorian's part that's very evident, I think, at the end of the novel, at the end of the story. I don't want to give anything away, but he's tortured by a deep sense of his own criminality. That, of course, jives with me, with Oscar Wilde himself. In Dorian Gray, he's, I think, sort of unconsciously perhaps unburdening himself of something of his own sense of criminality and possibly even of shame at being a practicing homosexual. I'm in no way, of course, suggesting there's anything to be shameful of, but his culture would have shamed him and indeed did criminalize him a few years later.
It is only when Dorian destroys the painting that he is set free from the ugliness of his sins and age.
Yeah, Oscar Wilde said that no man knows what Dorian Gray's sins are. Each reader brings his own sin to the novel and sees his own sin in Dorian Gray. So in a sense, Dorian Gray is a kind of blank screen, rather like Mr. Hyde in Stevenson's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, in fact, for us to project our own anxieties and phobias onto. Our fears of what his criminality might be. It's a nameless criminality in some ways.
Wilde will himself succumb to his own vices, or so they were called in his day. Shortly after Dorian Gray's publication, he takes as a lover the third son of a Marquis of Queensberry, and is arrested and convicted to 2 years' hard labor.
While the Oscar Wilde trials are playing out, while Wilde is being criminalized for his homosexuality, if I'm not mistaken, Dracula actually appears as a novel about the time that Oscar Wilde's jail sentence ends. So for me, Dracula is the novel, the story is very much bound up with the story of Oscar Wilde and the criminalization of the homosexual. The relationship between Bram Stoker and Oscar Wilde is pretty interesting. I think on a personal level, they knew each other fairly well. They're both, of course, Irishmen from Dublin. They knew each other back in their student days. They would have met each other frequently in Dublin and come up together. We have no documentation of that. There's no surviving references or letters to one another, for instance, but it can be fairly safely assumed that they mixed in the same circles in in Dublin. And then, of course, they both migrated, if that's the right word, from Ireland, from Dublin to London to make their careers. where Stoker became stage manager of the Lyceum Theatre, where the great actor Sir Henry Irving ruled. So Stoker, a stage manager, in the very time when Oscar Wilde is trying to make his name as a playwright. So there must have been some relationship, some tension there. I think more interestingly, back in Dublin in the 1870s, when both were still young men, Wilde was very friendly with a young Irish woman named Florence Balcombe. And indeed, if you look at the letters between them, it's pretty evident that Wilde was courting her, may have even wished to marry her. But she married Bram Stoker. Perhaps understandably in retrospect, she saw more to interest herself in Bram Stoker. And I think Wilde was fairly cut up about this. There must have been a little bit of jealousy, I feel sure, or at least temporarily, of Bram Stoker. So on a personal level, there's those relations. And then on a literary level, I think Stoker must have been aware of Wilde's homosexuality, especially after the trials. Who could not have been aware of Wilde's homosexuality? I think Wilde is there present even in Dracula, particularly in those moments where Dracula preys on the young English male law clerk, Jonathan Harker. There's a couple of scenes where he has prey on Harker's neck. I feel there's something almost vaguely homoerotic about that moment in Dracula, and I just wonder, as I think many critics wonder, whether Stoker is playing out something of his own personal phobias about Wilde in that text.
Oscar Wilde dies of meningitis in a seedy hotel room on November 30th, 1900, after a few years of wandering Europe upon his release from prison. But his work, from Dorian Gray to his poetry and plays, lives on. The werewolf's life continues past the legends of myth and reality of paranoia and into the pages of literature. Little is known of writer Leach Ritchie. Born in 1800, he had worked as a clerk in Glasgow, but opted to pursue literature full-time in 1820. Aside from penning 4 novels, his short story, The Man-Wolf, published in 1831, is considered amongst the first werewolves in British literature. In France, during feudal times, a knight stumbles upon a ritual in the woods. Pulled into it, he joins the revelers, howling like wolves. His scheming wife and a monk, convinced that the knight is a loup-garou, or werewolf, vow to keep his clothes from him. For if a loup-garou does not have his clothes to change back into after his transformation, he is forever left in that form. At the end of The Man-Wolf, even the reader does not know if the knight was or wasn't an actual werewolf. Captain Frederick Marryat gives us the first glimpse of a werewolf in a short story with 1839's The White Wolf of the Harz Mountains. Like much of Marryat's work, The White Wolf taps into his experiences on the great and mysterious sea. The White Wolf is framed as a story told between 2 soldiers at sea, and how one of them had lost both brother and sister to his enigmatic stepmother. She is a werewolf at night, but also crossed with aspects of a ghoul. Her desire for human flesh not kept just to the living, but for the dead as well. Much like Varney the Vampire, the Penny Dreadful magazines also house a werewolf, this one named Wagner in 1847. George William MacArthur Reynolds was a British writer who, upon inheriting his parents' estate, opts out of the British Army to pursue writing instead. Reynolds' wheelhouse, proves to be serialized fiction, stories written for the popular masses, told a chapter at a time in magazines such as the Penny Dreadfuls. Wagner starts the story as a 90-year-old man in Germany's Black Forest in 1516, abandoned by his granddaughter and left alone in his old cabin. When a stranger comes calling one night, he offers Wagner his renewed youth in exchange for 18 months of service and one other condition.
'Tis said that at sunset on the last day of every month, the mortal to whom belongs the destiny of the werewolf must exchange his natural form for that of a savage animal, in which horrible shape he must remain until the moment when the morrow's sun dawns upon the earth.
Wagner must live with his curse, while, not long after, he is reunited with his granddaughter. He finally seeks out God's salvation and passes on in peace. Clemence Annie Hausmann was more than just a writer. She was also an artist, social activist, and suffragette. Her short story, The Werewolf, features a female werewolf, this time the Nordic White Fell, who haunts a family living in the frigid mountains. Her kiss means death. The sacrifice of her intended victim's twin brother causes her end. His blood, as pure as Christ's, serves the same as holy water and destroys her. After The Werewolf's publication, H.P. Lovecraft proclaims that
the Wolfman attains a high degree of gruesome tension and achieves, to some extent, the atmospheres of authentic folklore.
Clemence goes on to found the Suffrage Atelier with her brother Lawrence and is active in the feminism movement. She's arrested in 1911 for non-payment of taxes, but a vast public outcry from her supporters forces the police to release her. She dies in 1955 at 84. As silent movies grow in popularity, The Werewolf finds its way onto the silver screen in 1913's The Werewolf. Based on a short story by writer Henry Beaugrand and released by Universal Studios, The Werewolf is about a vengeful Navajo witch who comes back from the dead in lycanthropic form. The director, Henry McCrae, is a Canadian pioneer credited with creating the double exposure effect, wind machines, and artificially lighting interiors. The Werewolf, like many silent films, is lost. The earliest surviving werewolf on film is 1925's Wolfblood, A Tale of the Forest. Two logging firms fight it out in the forests of Canada. When the more ethical of the two foremen is left for dead, a supposed transfusion of wolf's blood leads him to believe that he is becoming a werewolf himself. Despite the werewolf's presence in film and short stories, it fails to capture its own iconic version. This is about to change when in 1933, novelist Guy Endore pens The Werewolf of Paris. Born in Brooklyn, New York in 1900, Endore's mother killed herself when he was only 4, and his grieving father places the young guy in a Methodist orphanage. His 1933 novel, Werewolf of Paris, treats the werewolf with a sense of realism not seen since Bram Stoker's Dracula. The framing sequence's narrator, a PhD student, discovers a lost manuscript that details the life of a werewolf during the days of the French Revolution. Endore pulls no punches. If Dracula skirts around sexuality, Werewolf of Paris revels in it. By placing his werewolf deep in lore and framing it in a realistic manner, the final result is frighteningly real. The book immediately becomes a #1 seller on the New York Times bestseller list and goes through several printings. Yet still, it becomes a lost classic. 2 years later, its author enjoys a successful career as a screenwriter in Hollywood, with films including Mark of the Vampire with Bela Lugosi, Mad Love with Peter Lorre, and the Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers movie, Carefree. In the 1950s, Endor's days as a communist come under the eye of the House Un-American Activities Committee. Luckily, he is not jailed or brought before the committee, but he is blacklisted by several studios and forced to write under a pseudonym. In 1961, Werewolf of Paris is adapted by Hammer Films as The Curse of the Werewolf and moves the historical setting from France to Spain. The werewolf has had his literary day. As the Great Depression continues to pummel America, he's about to finally make his major movie debut. By 1935, Universal Pictures has had great success with their monster films, including Dracula with Bela Lugosi, Frankenstein with Boris Karloff, and Claude Rains as the Invisible Man. And they are ready to venture into werewolf territory. The Werewolf of London is not only the first major werewolf film, but also one of Universal's biggest disappointments. Henry Hull stars as botanist Wilfred Glendon, who is cursed to lycanthropy by a werewolf's bite. At night, Glendon turns into the murderous werewolf, each transformation more horrible than the previous. It is a box office disappointment and fails to spark another horror franchise for Universal. Makeup maestro Jack Pierce's initial traditional werewolf makeup is shelved in favor of a more modern interpretation, which will help kick off the werewolf craze with the help of a new horror star, Lon Chaney Jr. The senior Lon Chaney came up through the ranks of silent film as the Man of 1,000 Faces, going to great pains to change his features and body for such roles as Quasimodo in The Hunchback of Notre Dame or the Vampire in London After Midnight. In 1906, as the story goes, Chaney is anxiously awaiting, on edge, for the birth of his son, Creighton Tull. The premature delivery is difficult, and his son is on the edge of death, practically stillborn. Chaney seizes the newborn, runs outside with him, and dips him in the cold waters of Belle Isle Lake in February. The child lives and becomes the scion of an actor and singer, and has a life on the vaudeville circuit. By 1913, the senior Chaney starts acting in silent films and launches his legendary film career. Then, in 1931, at age 47, Lon Chaney dies of a hemorrhage of the throat. But Hollywood calls, hoping to fill the void left by one Chaney with another. Winning the role of Lenny in a film adaptation of John Steinbeck's Of Mice and Men, it is 1941. Lon Chaney Jr., the name that Creighton has reluctantly taken, is approached to star in Universal's second attempt at bringing a werewolf to life. The movie is called The Wolfman. Chaney plays Larry Talbot, who returns to his ancestral home in Wales upon the death of his brother. When Talbot is attacked by a werewolf, played by Dracula's own Bela Lugosi, he is bitten and cursed into existence as a werewolf, slave to his other side's murderous impulses.
One thing that a lot of people don't know, a lot of what we take as werewolf mythology was invented for the movie The Wolfman. The poem, even a man who's pure at heart and says his prayers at night, may become a wolf when the wolfbane blooms and the autumn moon is bright, which in the next film it was changed to the moon is full and bright for the last line. Yeah, that was completely made up. A lot of people think that's an old gypsy legend or an old, adage or something, but it was made up for the movie The Wolfman. He just came out of his head and he wrote it. But people have taken that, and then a lot of the things, the silver bullet, that was never in werewolf folklore. Changing of the Full Moon, that's not a part of werewolf actual mythology or folklore. That's movie folklore. I prefer that as opposed to the actual folklore myself. It's a lot more fun. But then again, I love Lon Chaney Jr.'s portrayal as the Wolfman. That's one of my all-time favorite films.
Chaney's convincing portrayal finally places the werewolf in the same ranking as Dracula and Frankenstein's monster.
It's just kind of stuck with me, It's something resonates with me with those films that makes me want to watch them over and over again. And yeah, I guess I could go back to one thing I was saying before about how when you're a young kid and you feel outcast and outside the norm, and these creatures were the same thing. They were misunderstood and they were outside the normal society, and then they get shunned for it, and because of that they turn into these monsters. And kids going through adolescence kind of feel that way.
The most famous shapeshifter of the latter 20th century is introduced in 1962, the Incredible Hulk. Created by writer Stan Lee and artist Jack Kirby, when scientist Bruce Banner is caught in the explosion of an experimental gamma bomb, he turns into the childlike Hulk with the rise of the full moon. The gray coloring proves to be inconsistent in the printing, and so the Hulk suddenly becomes the more consistent green. Eventually, Banner's other half comes out during moments of intense stress or anger. The werewolf is visually redefined in 1981's An American Werewolf in London, directed by John Landis. Per the expertise of special effects legend Rick Baker, by combining prosthetics and robotics, the transformation from man to werewolf clearly goes beyond that of the Wolfman days.
What I think is interesting about the werewolf phenomenon or the werewolf story is that there's always a bit of sadness happening with werewolves. Even in films that are somewhat lighter, like I Was a Teenage Werewolf, where you got the guy with the Letterman jacket running around, or later films with werewolves. In the case of a teenage werewolf, it's sort of shown as paralleling puberty, going through changes. People don't really knowing you anymore. You're not the same person anymore. You're kind of going from being a child to an adult, or from a teenager to a man. So there is sort of a rite of passage sort of story that often parallels the werewolf story. Sometimes there's the silver bullet, which in other stories you hear silver bullets stopping ghosts and silver bullets stopping vampires. Silver, I guess the purity, is what the symbol of silver is with a werewolf, and a werewolf is tainted somehow. His soul is somehow. But it's always sad. There's always a tragedy that's connected with it. The one that you love can release you from this curse. Only the one that loves you can kill you.
Shapeshifters, like the werewolf, continue to roam our stories and nightmares, both in fantasy and real life. Do werewolves and shapeshifters still walk among us? Only the darkness knows for sure.
Thanks for watching. If you'd like to help us produce more compelling historical content like this, please like, comment below, and share this video with fellow history buffs. And of course, be sure to subscribe to help keep history happening.